Good morning, dear colleagues. Welcome to today's panel session. All the guests here. I hope that today's panel session will be great because digital era includes high quality education and the level of education. My name is Almaz Ordabayev. I am the director of Quantum School. Before beginning, I would like to introduce our speakers to you. Rawan Kinjahan, founder and general director of Bilim Media Group. Finovation co-founder, head of the project KAIST Kazakhstan, Dana Moldakulova. Welcome. Madi Kargin, director of BI Education Company. Welcome. And my friend and expert in the area of education, founder of Hyperion School and Astana Garden School, Nurmuhamed Dosubayev. Today we have high quality experts and we will have panel session at a high level. The technologies in the area of education are extremely important, and I do believe we will have a great discussion. We'll exchange our opinion on the international assessment. 60% of our students will have such jobs that we don't even know yet. And about 25% of those will work in the area of AI. And in Kazakhstan, it's STEM and others areas of education. We have a lot of achievements. For example, in Astana Hub, there is a TUMO center, and after this session, I'm going to share a QR code with you. For our students, there will be an opportunity to get education in the area of AI. We will have 50 minutes for our panel session. We'll have 2 rounds. First is status quo. At the international level, we will discuss news and we'll have the timeline for our achievements, 12 to 18 months. The first question, Rawan, is to you. As you can see, there were a lot of said about skills, specifically digital skills. There are many other skills that we are forgetting. The use of AI and ethics of AI use. And we also need to mention the use of the Kazakh language. You know, we have high demand for scientific publications in the Kazakh language. Thank you very much and good morning, dear guest. The fact that this forum is conducted in the Kazakh language is something new to me. In responding to your question, I would like to say that AI, as you understand, will actively develop even without our participation. But if we look at education here specifically, the use of AI, the ethics, the advantages and disadvantages, this is something we just started. And with the help of AI, we can have some educational programs. And for example, the director can easily check the academic achievements and also provide information to the teacher. And if we look at the interaction between teachers and students, of course, both teachers and students work on accumulating the knowledge. But do they do that efficiently? AI in education includes the technologies and ethics, something we're just working on jointly with OpenAI. We just started working in this area. And you know, there is ChatGPT and EU, which is a new ChatGPT in the area of education. And of course, it does not give students ready responses. And if we look at the area of education, it finds the best mechanisms to teach students. And of course, we have some you know, in US there is US first, America first, so they put their interest ahead of everything else. And similarly, the interest of our country, our freedom, and our constitutional rights. So every citizen of the country has to be citizen of that country. But there is also the citizen of the world. Citizen of the world comes after the citizen of the country. This is the core of education. Everything within education is something for us to think, and we need to focus on that. In Kazakhstan, we have a lot of private schools. We have some experience in that, and we also have some international standards. Even if we look at the names of schools, we see international names. When we get certified or when we get accreditation, nobody asks us, and they don't even ask about the language. I understand that the development at the international level is important. I believe we have the biggest network of schools in Kazakhstan. We have Binom within PPP project. We also have Farabi and Riviera, and BI Education is the co-owner of that. It's very interesting to hear your opinion. You know, if we want to teach certain skills to the students, we need to start with teachers. Could you share your opinion? What practices are already being implemented and what can be scaled up at the national level? Good morning, dear friends. First of all, I would like to say that we have a great holiday approaching Teachers' Day. So, dear colleagues, dear friends, let me congratulate you with that. And it is an important issue. I'm not talking about teachers. We closely observe the trends at the international level in the area of AI and education. And statistics actually demonstrates the following: 80% of startups fail, and they fail because of three reasons: very poor knowledge base, wrong path at the very beginning, and lack of personnel. So for us, since we do practical application, we teach students, that has become an important issue for us. So preparing new personnel, who we will teach, how we will teach, and what we will teach. Another question is about proctoring of all our tests and goals. And again, talking about the practical things, I think it is not a secret that Google taught 200,000 teachers globally. Similarly, we made the same decision. We have 2,500 teachers, and we will keep on scaling up this network. And for us, training teachers in AI use is a key priority. Another key priority, Almas, within the walls of your school, is that young teachers already have great instructions on teaching AI, teaching how to use AI, and it's no longer just within one school, they spread further. Most importantly, previously older generation would teach younger generation, and now it's the other way around. And if we look at peer-to-peer, we see that being applied at schools. So young children, Generation Z, can already apply the knowledge not only to teaching the students, but teaching older generation as well. This is something that we could scale up in other schools as well. Talking about second part, proctoring, this is a separate issue, and special attention is paid to teaching people how to be proctors and how to check for plagiarism. So it's not enough just to use some written instructions. We need to network, we need to work with large companies. Unfortunately, I can't reveal the names yet, but there are large groups of 15, 20 people that we first teach within schools, and then we have peer-to-peer learning. So right now, the biggest tool for us is scaling up thanks to peer-to-peer education. Thank you. Thank you, Madi. Actually, BI education covers over 30,000 children and over 2,000 teachers, if I'm not mistaken. So training the teachers goes alongside the new technologies. Dana, the next question is for you. I know you've lived in Korea and you have alternative platform for education called Finovation. And if we talk about K-12 student education, your platform used there as well, and various technologies, including Korean technologies, were brought and applied in Kazakhstan. So this is something new that you brought here. My question is to you. What boost will it give? Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm happy to welcome you at this event. And this forum is organized to a great degree. And the topic today was how to train Elon Musk. Being a mother, I would like to say that when it comes to upbringing, to education, I wanted to bring up my children in such a way that they know how to do engineering, and there are some statistics of the World Bank that says that 60% of technical education will prevail, and we will have a higher economic effect. And I just want to say that there is a link between technologies and economies of the countries. For example, in Estonia, ever since it gained its independence, the goal was to become advanced in technologies. So they had this strategic vision, national vision. And today they reached great results. In 2020, I moved to Korea, and ever since then, my whole vision changed 180 degrees. And I understood that new skills are needed for children. Besides getting my degree, I realized that in Korea they really teach the students to become technologically able. And my child went to kindergarten in Korea, and in kindergarten they really focus on technologies, not just humanities. And then I understood that we need to raise our own Elon Musks starting at kindergarten. So these are not just simple words, this has a practical application. Continuing with the topic of Korea, you know that in 70s, 80s, Korea was a very poor country and GDP was very low. So when the goal was to further develop, they put the focus on development of technologies and engineers, and they realized they can get great results. So starting at 1980s, they started focusing on technological universities, Samsung, Hyundai. All the chips are being designed in the labs of universities. And they truly have an economic and technological progress that was spearheaded by universities. When we started our education, we understood that they were really eager to continue with this path of development, and they have a whole network of 180 technological universities that deal with design and the president every time says that we need to be a technological country, and every time he underlines that we should not lag behind from the technological giants. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to start from scratch. It was already done in Korea in 1980s, and all we need to do is copy their experience, their development, and in 2023, we copied this system. We had some projects, and since 2023, these projects have been underway. And if we look at the current year, there are some achievements, but there are also some models that we copied from the Korean university, and we want to bring some new technologies as well. And I want to say that we need to build economy based on technologies. Thank you very much. This is a big project, of course. This is the project KS Kazakhstan. You also mentioned upbringing of children. You know, in Kazakhstan, we have a lot of experts in mathematics. However, parents always say mathematics versus humanities. Parents do that? Can we divide children into these categories? Yes, you see the skills of a child, and if he's good at math, you should strengthen that. And there is such idea of this skills that the child was born with. You can focus on that and really turn every person in Elon Musk. Thank you very much.
Siz endi bilim salasının her türlü sektorunda
So, thank you very much. We'll continue to our next speaker. You've worked both in the government sector and the private sector, and I have a question to you. So, what do you think about developing the strengths of the children? We've been looking at Finnish experience and Finnish education system. And there are issues right now of lack of interest to education and training. And in some cases, our kids have more desire to learn. Why does it happen? This is a very interesting topic. And we are now talking about a rather narrow topic today in the framework of this conference. And in my area of studies, I am trying to look for the sources of motivation for school children and how to develop them and how to make sure that the schools are comfortable. And there is a saying in Kazakh that if a girl doesn't have enough money, she will suffer. And if the boy is growing up having too much, he won't be motivated enough. So there is a trend now for the boys to be in this situation. And you know, right now there are many school opportunities like the Berlin Innovation Schools. You know that there were school contests and President has presented some of the best awards yesterday. And if we look at the global trends, we will see that many boys in school now have low motivation to learn. And that is true specifically for boys in school. Many of them try to avoid responsibility and their motivation is lacking. And you mentioned this desire to learn in your question. And that is also linked to the degree of responsibility they have. And I can see that in schools as well. And yes, we want to develop technologies. Yes, so we bring new projects or methods in education. But if we are also reducing this responsibility, then it will make no sense. This is a matter that we are trying to answer, to find an answer to. We are looking for the reasons why don't boys have this responsibility, because usually at the age of 13 or 14, boys go looking for challenges or trouble. But when parents, especially mothers, because fathers are always at work, so mothers sometimes start being overprotective, and the child cannot escape this overprotection. So therefore, in teenage years, they're lacking some challenges, and that's why they don't have the motivation, and that makes them weaker. And then they come to the age of 16, 17, go to the university, and in order for the children to find motivation, they need to face difficulties, challenges, and that's what I think we don't discuss enough. We need motivation for boys. And in order to ensure this multiplier effect, we need to understand that it starts with education of the boys and motivation of the boys. We've discussed this as well, that there is a difference between girls and boys and how they learn. Girls tend to be more invested into learning, getting straight A's, and so on. Also, Nur Mohammed, I have one more question to you. To get the mindset, to have the ambition to self-improve, how can we develop that? So not just underline the fact that it's there or not, but how can we develop that? In my opinion, the question of ambitious super goals will be different for girls and boys. In my subjective opinion, if we speak about boys specifically, I think it's very important to set ambitious goals for them. So basically, you need to manage expectations. Basically, boys want their family, their parents to expect more from themselves. So when they get praise without actually doing any effort, just getting praise, I think that affects their motivation. So I think in raising boys, it's important to choose your words carefully, because everything will have a consequence. And in education, from what we see, it would be very useful for teachers to differentiate their upbringing methods for girls and boys. The opportunities are the same, the infrastructure is the same, the teachers are the same, the school books are the same, but in terms of this upbringing methodology, methods of communication, they should be individualized. If we select a good approach, then our generation can set very ambitious tasks. Thank you, Nur Mohammed. Differentiation is very important, and it's not just a matter of gender, but it's also based on differentiation in approaches based on physical abilities, inclusive education. Thank you. Next, I'll ask a question of our next speaker. Let's talk about goal settings. I'll have a question to Madi. Madi, we've been working very close with you in the framework of Quantum and other schools, sister schools, and we are measuring functional literacy every year. Although PISA only does it once every 3 years, we do that every year. And we can see certain trends. In some cases, it improves or becomes worse, and that gives us information for subsequent development. Together with Madi, we also measure NPS, the parents' attitudes, the reliability index, and so on. Could you share these cases? What could be scaled up to the national level? What type of tools do you use in BI education schools? Well, these are all tools to give good knowledge to the child. We also have a cell concept of social emotional learning. So for us, well-being of our students is also important. And NPS is one of the areas in that, to that extent. That's Net Promotion Score, where basically you ask one simple question, whether a person is happy with the learning in the school. And actually, through one simple question, the child will not only say yes, no, good, bad, but they also provide comments, and usually those comments are what's most important. In the past, all schools, you will remember, were built under the same standard with the same format. And there is interesting statistics that it turns out that least convenient grades were grades 7 and 8. And we used to ask ourselves, why is there an issue in 7th and 8th grade? They have more challenges, lower grades, and we thought it was because they were just adolescents. But actually, it turns out that this is an age where a person transitions to a more mature person, and at that time, the children are getting these additional needs, and we often missed out on that important period. But now, through the NPS metrics, we understand that it's the middle school levels that allows us to achieve higher results later on. Speaking about PISA and functional literacy, again, as I mentioned before, such networks as generative AI, of course, can be used, and we need to apply it, but there is always a danger of hallucination, so we need to verify what it's giving us. That's why functional literacy is the foundation for critical thinking, and without functional literacy, the person will not be able to distinguish between the right response and hallucination from the AI. That's why basic things are most important for us right now, rather than moving to higher steps in this hierarchy and the use of AI. Thank you, Madi. I actually agree with you. The use of AI always should be combined with personal responsibility. And to be able to use this tool, you need to understand the way it works, how it comes to certain conclusion and gathers the data. And it's important to teach the skills, not just to grade 7 or 8, but even preschoolers. Dana, next question will go to you. In one of the issues in schools, I should say that all the all the questions in area of education are never ending. So what do you think should be the general trends in schools? What type of subjects we need to focus on? Let me talk about our experience. Many people are asking when famous universities will be opened here. And of course, opening a world-renowned university branch is not easy. There are many hurdles to overcome. In KAIST, we are working on the following. So we are trying to work with the universities that are being opened, and we are trying to build a better university, because the traditional concept of a university is that the student comes to the university, listens to the lecture, and gets some knowledge. But at the university, there are different modes of learning. There is a traditional model when you listen and learn, But right now we also have the research universities, which means that the students that come to us aren't just simply listening to the lectures and going home, but rather they're working in the lab along with their professor. Then we will have specific research programs, and about 60 companies will be sending their orders to us to do R&D. We'll have some specific scope of work for that. And with these companies, we will identify the program of work, coming up with specific results and milestones. We already have some achievements in this area. We are now working with Alurium Electric, and they now have their own IoT technologies requests, and we will be even manufacturing these sensors in our university and then sell to the companies. And certainly our university will be very unique. And all of the schools right now, be it public or private, they are able to provide high quality of education. And our goal is to make sure that our university works together with the industries. There should be labs, professors working in those labs. And we already have agreements, MOUs with several companies, and we want to develop several projects. And again, students will be coming to our university not just to listen to lectures, but also do hands-on work. We will work on chips. We will do some applied science, just as they do in Korea or the US. So we are already working on that in Kazakhstan. And the funds that are allocated in research and science should be directed towards these targets. If we are able to work with the companies directly, then we will be able to save some of the government funds that are allocated for research. And that will create a multiplier effect that will entail development of technology and also our students. For instance, Higgsfield, they are a unicorn. We've got famous startups already, like Yerzat, Bulatov, and so on. I'm very proud of what they do. There are kids who want to become another next Yerzat Bulatov. And it's great that we already are seeing kids like that. I wish we'll have more and more young people like that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dana. Indeed, we can see there is a first unicorn from Kazakhstan. And these are just regular kids that went to regular Kazakh schools. And certainly their project is already quite well known on the international arena. And you mentioned indeed that the universities need to work together with the industry, with the companies. And it's clear for the universities, right? But is there such an opportunity in schools? Well, of course, we need to start from schools. For instance, a boy that went to a regular school will not immediately jump to the next level. But for instance, in Korea, they have a concept of science schools, when kids understand from the early on that they will become researchers, and they already went to schools like that, and we have a demand for that as well. And if we start in schools, that would be cool. We are trying to do that, at least. Thank you. Rawan has mentioned this term, the citizen of the world, and there is an idea like that, which we have already personalized. And right now there are international universities that open their branches here. How can we find a balance there? And your company, Bilim Media Group, of course, you train specialists in our sectors for our sectors. So what do we do?
International schools or international universities open here. This is a good trend. There are new standards for us, and it changes our system of education. And of course, it can affect our standards. Of course, we need to strike balance between the national interest and international standards. You know, you can just copy paste, you have to think about it, you have to choose the best. And new standards should be the ones that are applicable here. We also need to look at effectiveness. Every day in our work, the effectiveness is low. So schools and universities should be assessed on a daily basis. If you work 6 hours today, what will be the outcome? What will be the achievements? All of that should be assessed by parents and society. As a Bilim group, over the last 15 years, we've been researching this, and now we want to increase effectiveness with the help of technologies. 4,000 children are taught at kindergarten, schools, and universities. We carry out research. We should strike balance between parents, communities, and there are a lot of research. We have a lot of information, a lot of data. And I want to say, even the name of the session, how to raise Elon Musk. I understand that we can raise Elon Musk, but there are other famous people too. It's not just one person. It's a whole system of education. If we read Elon Musk's bio, you will see that he didn't have a systematic education. He is a person with autistic spectrum. So his fate and his failures were all there. And I just want to say that our mechanisms are not about just one person. We need to raise champions in a systematic way. We need to make sure that a whole group of people and all these champions and all these children need to be planned ahead. It's only through planning and through hard work that we can achieve great results. 80% of any success is hard work. Nur Muhammad already mentioned motivation of boys, young men. How can you increase it? I have 4 sons, and I want to think about how I could help them. And this is not a game, but you really need to develop interest in education. There are different instruments of making we have smartphones, technologies. There are also quick dopamines, and you can get it from smartphones. But the long dopamine needs to come from education. Maybe it'll be just a small achievement, but they need to truly taste the victory in education. Then they will receive long dopamines. Of course, that comes with true efforts, and we need to support people who make these efforts. When you're trying to achieve your goal, and the goal is to win, this is our system. Starting from kindergarten all the way to universities, we gather big data. We see what is being done, we see great efforts on behalf of teachers and parents and students. I understand it's difficult. And sometimes what happens is that children lag behind, fall behind, but I want to say, may it be a child, may it be a teacher, we need to start achieving, and that will be hard. Education is not a game. We need to understand that every child has his own abilities, and there is such concept of research and mindset. This should be done within every family. Do not compare yourself with Elon Musk. And actually, our session is coming to an end. Mohammed, the floor is yours. 12, 18 months is the timeline we give ourselves. What goals can we reach? Could you sum up, please? If we talk about sport and art, we have great examples. And they can raise true champions. In the area of education, with 3 champions of Olympiads. But in schools, we need to provide the right conditions to become champions. We have Darin Center, and we have everything one may need to become a champion in sport and art. And in order to raise champions, we need to open a lot of educational centers. Billion Innovation. Why they're so successful? It's because they carry out a lot of Olympiads. And then they enter the international market. Olympiad doesn't mean you win or you lose. And it's important to teach kids that it's a part of life. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. A child will be ready for that. And then children understand how to achieve and how to become a champion. Dear colleagues, thank you for this full information. Summing up, talking about AI and the use of AI and ethics. We talked about differentiation of education, boys versus girls. BI Education shared their experience. We understand that education is not a game and research mindset is needed. And Rawan mentioned that education needs efficiency, and to identify it, we need certain mechanisms. In the next 12 months, all the issues that we raised here today need to be responded. Thank you very much. This is the end of our panel session.
Әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
You can change the world around you starting now. For example, buy a car in a day and give it to a close one. Or move into a new apartment where everyone will have their own room. Or start your own business and change other people's lives. Freedom Bank. Time to change.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
Қазақстанда демалуға болатын көптеген керемет орын бар. Бұрын ол үшін интернеттен ақпарат іздеп, таныстардан сұрау керек болатын. Енді Kaspi Travel'де Қазақстан деп аталатын жаңа бөлім пайда болды. Бұл жерден демалыс орнын тиімді бағаға тез әрі оңай таңдай аласыз. Kaspi KZ қосымшасында Қазақстандағы демалысты таңдаңыз. Kaspi KZ Қазақстанда жасалған.
Казахстане так много невероятно красивых мест, где можно отдохнуть. Раньше для этого нужно было искать информацию в интернете, спрашивать у знакомых. Теперь в Каспи Travel появился новый раздел «Казахстан», где можно быстро и просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Каспи KZ. Каспи KZ сделано в Казахстане.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, Николя Садирактың жиі дәуірінде жаһандық таланттарының болашағы тақырыбындағы баяндамасы 5 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speech, The Future of Global Talent in the Age of AI by Nicola Sadirak will begin in 5 minutes. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, доклад Николя Садирака на тему «Будущее глобальных талантов в эпоху ИИ» начнется через 5 минут. Просим занять свои места.
Business with pleasure.
Enjoying another workshop by Google for Startups.
We offer a variety of practice-oriented workshops for founders and their team, with the goal of acquiring new skills and expanding their capabilities. Get your product promoted and having access to the strongest network community.
Do you think that's coffee? It's networking.
Under the watchful guidance of our trackers, startups were pushed to their limit and showed remarkable progress that they themselves did not expect as a result.
My journey to Circular Accelerator was definitely worth it.
The world is moving fast, and we help you move faster. Circular Accelerator, your unicorn story starts here.
Yo, you want to see something cool? No? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
No, nobody can do it like me. Zoom house plate with the kick cuisine. I was the black top king, 360s in my green machine. I was a kid and I was breaking down doors. Listening to Tribe, now we on a world tour. We gave them hell.
welcome our speaker, Nicolas Sadirac.
So, good morning, everyone. So, I am going to a little bit introduce myself and explain some of my thought about this talent situation that we have and how AI will change. So, I have been in education and specifically in training IT talents for the last 30 years. And before that, I am a PhD in physics. And I start my journey as a cybersecurity expert, and I found the first cybersecurity company in France, which is still the first. And I went to education mainly because I had to, because we couldn't find the talent. And since we have always had a worse and worse shortage of talent, which is, I would say, it's kind of endemic of our job. So I have never known a situation where we were not in a big lack of talent. And strangely, in the same time, you can also have a lot of people who are unemployed, even in the same field. So what is specific to IT and specifically to digital, and I think will be even more important in AI, you will have in the same time a lack of talent and a lot of people who are obsolete and not ready. So now I would like to focus on what makes this situation, okay? If you see the global market of talent in IT, it's driven by two big forces. The first one is new capability, okay? Every day, technology gets better, and we, as a global, are able to do new things that we couldn't do before. And that reshape the whole market, and we need a lot of people to do these new jobs, okay? And we create every day. You see, I have just been through the startup area, and you have people who have new ideas that couldn't be done before just because the technology was not ready. So that's one of the drivers. The second driver is the obsolescence. We have trained people to do things which are obsolete and which are not anymore or relevant or can be used. And one of the problems of our education system, we tend to train people in very specific area. We train to train experts. And when this technology or this area disappears, those people get obsolete. Sometimes we are able to retrain them, and sometimes we are not. Okay? And we have always this kind of people getting out of the tech area and doing, most of the time we find a way to reuse those people in other places, in marketing or in sale or whatever. Okay, and we have all those new people getting out, and we have been doing that for a long time. What is a little bit new with AI is not just a new technology. It's a challenge on what we call intelligence. Okay, we have been, as human beings, calling intelligence what is specific to human. So we say we are the only intelligent species. And that is now challenged. Okay, we have some things that we call intelligence also, which is the first time we can't say we are any more specific. Okay, so we threat the whole human community. Okay, and we are a little bit in a I would say in a shifting situation where we have to redefine and to analyze what is specifically to human. Okay, and what we know, it's if we call intelligence just the fact to be able to memorize, to compute, to think faster, or to think more efficiently, clearly machines are doing it better. Okay, and even if it's not yet totally true, it will be probably true short. Okay, but human intelligence is much more than that. Okay, it's actually making sense of this knowledge, giving sense, giving interaction between people, creating think out of nowhere. It's also how do we feel together. Okay? And we have to probably focus more on this capability so that we can, with the help of machines and AI, be more human. Okay? We're going toward a much more advanced capability. Okay? Of course, this shift, it's a little bit complex because we have been trained for, many of us has been trained for 20 years, okay? And even some for our life to be expert, to be very focused on a specific task, and AI can change totally that. We are going to be more, I would say, multitask humans will be enhanced with AI. So we are going towards something which is not anymore an individual talent that is specific to one task, but more like someone who is able to manage a group of AI or AI to solve complex problems and using his own human capability to interact and to create innovation. So that's very important to understand that we are, I think it's very dangerous to focus more and more on specific technology, and this is even true in AI technology. Okay, if you look at what kind of AI technology we are using, it's getting wider and wider, and we need very, very large spectrum of knowledge. That means we have to reinvent totally the process of education, and specifically to manage the young people, but also, which is, I think, it's more complicated because most young people will kind of adopt it by themselves. If you look at the past, most of the problem for young was much simpler than problem for already grown-up and adults. So we will have a situation where most experts are saying around 50% of the job or the capability are going to be reshaped or even maybe replaced by AI or by robots. Okay, so the big challenge now, it's not much how to train the young. We have process for that, but how are we going to help this population to go to something which is totally new for them, and we will have to adapt through, I would say, a change process during their job. So the jobs are going to shift. It will go probably very fast and faster than it has ever been. Okay? And we have to get ready collectively to that. So we will have in the same time a race of talent because we will need those specific talents that are very not ready for the market. And in the same time, we will have a very big amount of people who are going to have to shift to this kind of capability. But if you see that globally, it's a little bit scary for a lot of people, but in the same time, it's a very positive process because as humans, we are going to have more human tasks and we are going to be enhanced by AI. We are going to be able to use AI to do more efficiently what we do and to get rid of the, I wouldn't call unhuman, but less human tasks that we are doing today, mainly because we had to do it because of logistics. So I am very happy to share the thought with you. I am just a few words on Kazakhstan situation on that. I am involved in a lot of activities and a lot of experimentation worldwide. We are present on a little bit more than 20 countries. And I think Kazakhstan has a lot of very important and very interesting assets on this. The first one is clearly the fact that you have a very young population, very dynamic, that can adopt very fast and also very enthusiastically the technology. Okay. The second part is that you have globally a government which is very, very supportive of this process and is willing to organize the society, the law, the infrastructure, so that you can smoothly adopt that. That's very important because in the world globally you have now two kind of, I would say, three kind of situation. You have countries that kind of refuse this change. You have countries where they put law to try to slow down the change of AI, organize it and make it the less impactful possible. You have countries that are not doing nothing, they are just waiting. Okay, that's a lot of countries. And very few countries who are really pushing this transformation and making it smooth and integrating the all people on that. And I think Kazakhstan is one of the leader countries in this situation. You have the chance to have this ALEM AI, which will be a kind of meeting point for all those energy, and in the same time a full country which is aligned. It means that everyone in the country is going in the same direction, and I think that can make a very big difference, and you can become one of the AI leader, probably at least from the area and probably worldwide, because you say there is a scientific challenge. Okay, of course there is a very scientific challenge where you need to be one of the best, but the biggest challenge is not to create the technology. It's how the people are going to embrace it and to change the way they create value in the country. And clearly Kazakhstan in this area, it's one of the leaders. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer questions when in the Q&A session. Thank you. What am I doing?
Eurasia. A signal pulses across the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, доктор Олаф Гроттың адамзаттың өнімділігі мен өркендеуінің болашағын жобалау тақырыбындағы баяндамасы
осындағы
1 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызды алыңыздар.
Осы жерде өз түкпірім.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speech Designing the Future of Human Productivity and Prosperity by Dr. Olaf Grot will begin in 1 minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, доклад доктора Олафа Грота на тему проектирования будущего человеческой продуктивности и процветания начнется через минуту. Просим занять свои места.
Yeah, thank you.
Раз.
Shall we go? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. I very much look forward to talking to you about the future of productivity. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is a very important topic. I regard this as critical as we drift into the cognitive era, the cognitive economy. Humans need to rethink their roles in our societies. Viewed the other way around, artificial intelligence will change how we interact, how we relate, how we are productive, and how we make a living. So the future of human productivity and prosperity in the cognitive economy needs to be thought about in a very deliberate way. Let me take you on a little journey and see how you feel about the evolving future. This topic is personal. Nobody is exempted. You may see me as a speaker, as a CEO, as an author, as a professor, and you might easily assume that somebody like me, especially with a little bit of gray hair, is safe from disruption. But I am not. AI is coming for the role of the professor. This is me a few years ago, as you'll see, less gray hair. I was asked by the president of my then university to please fly back to London to teach up against a smart computer game that teaches young students, undergraduate students, strategy, the art and craft of strategy. I knew what was coming because my president had a PhD in mathematics, was a former McKinsey consultant, and a very successful, very senior banker, a very quantitative profession, as you know. And of course, I knew that in the back of his mind, he was thinking about how many professors do I really need if an automated computer game can teach the students the art and craft of strategy more cheaply, more reliably? Because as you know, humans are wonderfully complex, but we are also difficult to deal with because we cannot easily be optimized. We are not machines, that is our beauty. But it can also be our pitfall because our creativity, our vision, our very human essence are hard to measure. So to a university president, we are an asset at once and also a liability because we are complicated. We develop egos. We get sick. We become political, right? And so obviously I thought in my mind he has an incentive of rationalizing me out of the picture. And I said to him, Stephen, that was his first name, I know what you're about to do. Why would I throw myself under the bus? And as I was speaking the words, I regretted them immediately. Because you know, in business schools, we always teach growth mindset. And growth mindset means you do not run away from a challenge. You understand the challenge, you adapt to the challenge, and you roll into the future. The moment that you resist and you block, you're essentially disqualifying yourself from playing a key role in that future rather than shaping it. So what you see here on the left is me coaching a team of students. I love coaching young people, coaching young leaders, coaching leaders of any age. The interpersonal contact is very important to me. What you see on the right is that smart computer game. This is just an icon. It looks very different today. And we had two cohorts of students, one being taught by me, and the other one playing the computer game for 3 days straight. At the end of the 3 days, we put them through tests with former consulting partners, very senior people, that would interview these young students and do a case study test with them. And it turned out that on the pure metric of recalling the outcome of, quiz questions, of recalling content, definitions, logic, frameworks, the computer game was already on par with me. And this is, mind you, more than 5 years ago. Where the computer game could not quite compete with me as well is when the very senior consulting partners were one-on-one interviewing the students. Why do you think that is? Because strategy is more than just concepts and logic and math. It is actually a strategic leadership framework we need to take. That means the human is very important. Reading the human facial mimicry, the gesturing, the body language, understanding how somebody's career and somebody's life is caught up in strategy is ultimately very important to very senior consulting leaders. So you can glean from this example that while we need to embrace things like this smart strategy game, but we also need to become much more aware of our human edge and where it is valuable. Our humanity creates value. The problem is that it's very hard to measure. Because it is hard to measure, what I am going to talk to you about here today is something very difficult to do. I see the future of AI as a human-machine symbiosis, and I will show you what I mean by that. Fathom for a second that we are now in a world of brain-computer interfaces, we're using AI to understand how our brains work, how neurons are connecting with each other to let us do what we're doing. We are doing this with the vast potential of medical improvements to our mental health, such as curing depression, even some kinds of blindness and some kinds of paraplegia. Enhancing our memories, right? That is also something that is of fundamental importance. Imagine what could happen if you would recall the names of everybody you have ever met. I can't. Some of you might facetiously say, maybe it's quite good that we don't remember everybody that we've ever met, right? That's a conversation for a different day. But as we go into the brains and as we have AI analyze what's inside, and as we draw that out, or as we use AI to put new stuff into the brain, which is the other objective. Remember, people like Elon Musk are telling us they want to connect our brains to our iPhones. As we do that, we connect 100 billion neurons in our heads to 340 billion, a trillion IP addresses. That's how many addresses we have under IPv6. Who is controlling that interface? Will it be innovators like Mr. Musk, or will it be you and me? So we need to think about the human as having agency for the interface with artificial intelligence. Let me give you a very practical example. This is a slide from a German presentation on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Focus on the large box on the upper left-hand side. There is a little car in there. That car is being manufactured in somewhere in a factory in Germany. Let's understand that this could be any product. Let's assume it's like a lamp that is right here in this room overhead. That blue space is what we call a semantic space. It's a language description of data that describes what is inside the box, meaning a car being made or a lamp being made. It will tell you how bright the lamp is going to burn. Is it up to specification? Who is quality checking it? How costly is it? What's the cost structure? What should the price be? When do we have to switch out the lamp and replace it? All of those things are very, very important to somebody managing a factory. But now, of course, as we make the lamp overhead, we can equip it with modern sensors, and we can now make certain sensors on smell, on sight, on light, on sound, cheaper than 1 grain of rice. Think about that, 1 grain of rice. That means we're going to be putting them everywhere. And there will be sensors in those lamps that understand, who are you? What is your identity? How do you relate to each other? Do you look at each other? Are you healthy or are you sick? Are you tired or are you energetic? This is not science fiction, ladies and gentlemen. This is happening right here, right now, in our current day lives. That is exactly what Amazon Alexa does when you talk to it for the first time in the morning. It realizes, based on tiny variances in your intonation, your choice of language, your energy level, your speed of talking, whether you are sick or tired or healthy and switched on. It's here today. Now, Amazon and other platforms do not necessarily tell you that because they don't want to scare you, nor do they have any bad intentions. They just want to sell you better product to make your lives richer, right? But as I'm speaking, I think there is an image that's developing in your head that actually the human being, you sitting right here in this room, is becoming part of the product. We are becoming part of the lamp, part of the car. We are much more valuable than either of those things because a lamp like this, is peanuts. It's maybe pennies on the dollar. But you are a wealth of information that everybody wants every day to help you lead better lives, and that's what you will pay for. So you are becoming part of the nervous system of the cognitive economy and every value chain inside of it. That is why we are saying that in the cognitive economy, we are now redefining the human to everything relationship. That is real power. That is real power on the part of the innovators, on the part of governments that are regulating it, and of course, anybody who gets your data. It should also be real power for you as you harness your own AI to determine who gets to observe you and who gets to integrate you in which ways. Cognification is 2030. Digitization is 2010. You, my dear friends, need to worry about cognification and the role of the human in your productive lives and your private lives. Let me take this to new heights. These are famous leaders in the cognitive economy. We have seen it uttered that Mark Benioff called himself the last generation of CEOs that will only be leading humans. In fact, he is saying more and more humans will be leading troops and clusters and crowds of agents, as agents augment who we are and in some ways will replace who we are. Sam Altman has called it a unicorn, which is a unicorn with one human on top, and everything else will be done by agents. That is a future that scares many people, especially the people that you are leading, if you are leading people. We must be overt. We must acknowledge that the anxiety exists. Is it justified? That depends on how quickly we can get on top of this and design the solution. Remember, designing the symbiosis is exactly that, a design challenge. We should not leave that to everybody else out there, but have a voice in how we do this. Now, does this mean that we will see massive unemployment? This is a famous table from a paper authored by Oxford professors who said something akin to, by 2040, 60% of all jobs will be going away. Do we believe that that is actually going to happen? No, we don't, because we have actually done studies that show that humans are more complex, job descriptions are more complex than that. In fact, we are not yet seeing the fallout of massive unemployment. 47% of all jobs at risk? Maybe. But right now, we're seeing a steady increase in employment, probably because of all of this investment, dare I say overinvestment, in artificial intelligence. Even creative and knowledge jobs are increasing. So we are not yet here at the bottom of the hockey stick. Does that mean it's not there? Does that mean it's not in the background? Does that mean it's not going to happen? Of course not. We need to be deliberate and exercise foresight and say, we need to get on top of this problem and design it in a way that is human-centric so we can cross out the dire, black, dark future. As we lead, we therefore need to make people the center of our AI transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not as much about technology. It is not as much about money. It is not as much about energy. Of course, all of these things matter, and they're the critical foundation. But at the heart of the digital transformation that is really a cognitive transformation, it is about the human being that needs to be empowered by AI rather than displaced by AI. The first thing we need to do is instill trust. We need to ask for trust. We need to give trust. We need to have procedures in place, governance procedures, management and leadership procedures that make sure that the humans that we are trying to transform into the symbiosis trust us in being responsible. It has been proven over and over again empirically that trust leads to higher economic returns. So why would we think any different in the cognitive revolution? So as you see in this equation, trustworthiness is a function of what's above the line, which is credibility. Do we know what we're doing with AI? Reliability. Can we do it over and over again? Accountability for the things that go wrong. That's why the AI law that you're passing and the AI law that just got passed in California yesterday are so critically important. And then we have to be transparent about it all. And most of all, about our goals. Are we just here to make a quick buck, to get rich quickly, overnight? Are we just interested in becoming that unicorn? Or are we actually interested in facilitating human-centric growth? If the people that we lead believe that what's on top of the line is bigger than what's underneath the line, which is our profit-seeking motive, then they will trust us. The moment the bottom here is bigger than the top, they will start distrusting us. That is the role of a leader. Then we need to make sure that people move from the bottom of this graphic to the top. I borrowed this graphic from my good friend Kai-Fu Lee, who was here just a few days ago, and this is from his book, AI Superpowers. I highly recommend the read. If you are below the line, remember, below the line in the south of this graphic, then you're in trouble. Then you're either in the danger zone, which means you are doing work that is purely analytical, purely structured, lots of transparent, well-structured data, and you are not human-centric in your daily functions. Why is that the danger zone? Because that is exactly what AI will tackle first. If you are in the slow creep zone, that means maybe you're strategic or creative in your work, but you're still not centered on social interactions. That is slow creep because you have a little bit more defensibility. Where you really want to be is the top of this graphic. That means the human veneer. The human veneer means all of us, including me as a professor with gray hair, need to work with AI as the engine of creating research, insights, information on the basis of which we can make decisions and we can govern what is happening, whether it's in the classroom or in my company. Then we put the human veneer around the AI. Why? Because as different as you or I might look or be, we are actually quite similar. We all know what it feels like to be heartbroken, to lose somebody in your life, or to be very successful, to be blissful, to be happy. We can relate to each other. That is the human veneer around the AI that we need to make the AI work for both us and our counterparts. And for me, that includes my students. I will say, however, in a little bit of a humorous disagreement with my friend Kai-Fu, I do not believe that there is a safe zone. I do not believe that there are going to be jobs that are not going to be using AI at all. Think about even the most outdoors-oriented jobs out in nature. Think about a doctor's office. There is no job that will not be using artificial intelligence because everything requires insights, the synthesis of insights, and the conclusions from insights. So even if you're a nature guide, you will rely on AI to help you understand what path to chart. Now, if we want to bring people to the top of that graphic, we need to look at future skills. And you can see what they are behind me in the upper right-hand corner. Of course, we need to know AI and big data. We need to get smart on this no matter how old or accomplished we are. Of course, we have to have technological literacy. Of course, we still need to use our heads to think analytically. But you will also see some other things in the upper right-hand quadrant, such as thinking in systems, human resilience, agility, flexibility, curiosity, and lifelong learning. Those are all skills that are going to be defensible even as the AI comes on marching in. So we are not hopeless, we are hopeful. But again, as we design the future of jobs, we need to be very conscious that while we learn the stuff on the right, the stuff that we can delegate to artificial intelligence, we also need to get better at the stuff on the left. This is the innately human skill set. But the problem is that we are not all good at everything that you see on this list on the left. Ask yourself how many times you talk to a customer service representative and they just don't understand your problem and have no empathy. Ask yourself how many times you're in a doctor's office and you walk out and you wonder why in the world this person had become a doctor. Maybe they didn't become a doctor because they want to cure people and know people. Maybe they loved the science and the challenge of solving puzzles. That is the fine line, my friends, that we need to stay on the left side of. So things like understanding our position in a room like this, self-consciousness, being conscious of self in a larger social setting is social intelligence. It is a very high grade of intelligence that is undervalued. Things like curiosity, ideation, inspiration, imagination, influencing each other. Things like system thinking, as you saw on the previous slide. Sense-making for humans. Remember, human veneer. Human interest governance. How do we develop our jobs so that we govern the AI to always act in the interest of the human and have human agency at heart? Things like human intimacy, creating relationships, creating trust, which you saw earlier. Tremendously valuable. Empathy and love. Empathy and love. You don't think of this as a productive asset. But any leader knows that if they articulate empathy and if they love the people that they lead, they are more productive. They can get more productivity out of the people that they lead because they lead with authenticity and a pure heart and not just the purpose of squeezing out every ounce of efficiency. Those things are defensible. They can be measured. But today, we don't have the right taxonomies yet to really push that, and we need to. If there are any CFOs in the room, anybody working in finance, and you're playing to US GAAP rules, accounting rules, then the problem that you will be facing is that the things on the right-hand side are very measurable. And of course, they're especially measurable when you get them from machines, because machines can be more easily read than humans. And then you can capitalize any investment in a machine, and you will always prefer that side of things than the human side, which cannot be capitalized because it is way too complex and arbitrary. Accounting rules have been written to avoid that arbitrariness. We need to change that. We need to measure the innate qualities of the humans, like love and empathy and inspiration and ideation, and make sure that every CFO, every company leader understands the value that creates in the productive process. That is where we are today in the journey we're embarking on. Good examples are, for instance, Garry Kasparov, who said, look, a chess grandmaster competing against an AI, that is a competition, a race that is over once and for all. We will never ever beat another chess computer of the level like the ones that are out there now. But that's the wrong way to look at this. Why do we want to compete against an AI when we don't have to? We should be partnering with an AI, like chess grandmasters that partner with an AI as a pair, as a couple, playing against other pairs like that. Then they play chess at a much higher level. My good friend Patrick Wolf, who is also a chess grandmaster, said when he watches pairs like that of human grandmaster with a sophisticated AI computer, they play like gods. They play at a different level and plane of productivity and strategy altogether. And oftentimes it's very hard to understand what exactly is happening until the very end and the strategy becomes clear. Why? Because the human brings the vision and the strategy thinking to the machine, to the AI that can process faster than any human and open up the playing field to the chess grandmaster. Many more options, much more sophisticated chess play. That, my friends, is what we need to be doing with our jobs as well. And then even radiologists will be safe. So, as we design our value chains, we need to make sure that in every productive process of a service, of a product, of a solution, we design the human into the balance with the machine. That does not mean that every human needs to become an AI expert. Quite the opposite. We need to be differentiated about which role needs to have how much AI knowledge in it. Please do not scare people. Please do not be scared that you have to become masters of engineering in AI. That is not necessary. The functional content expertise you bring paired with AI will take you to the next horizon if you embrace the balance. I do this in class all the time with my students. I have them go through their job descriptions and I have them identify where exactly the balance is going to be in the future. Design your own job 2027. Then tell me as your manager what skills you need to be productive alongside the AI in a pair, in a buddy system to play at a higher plane of productivity. That is already being done out there. This is not science fiction. There are companies in Germany and in the United States that are already measuring that if I tell the machine to watch the human and to empower the human, how much free time do they want? How much family time do they want? When do they want to go on vacation? What is their physical makeup and their size? What languages do they speak? How quickly do they learn? It's actually a much higher productivity play when the human gets respected, and that's been empirically proven. But ladies and gentlemen, the unfortunate reality is that we do not have enough leaders that are enlightened enough to drive that work transformation, and you need to be asking for it in every company and every organization that you are working in. This is why I'm writing articles, this is why I'm going into the media, in order to advocate for this. The future of productivity and prosperity is designed, it is not to be taken for granted. So ladies and gentlemen, please, embrace AI, work with AI, do not reject AI, but be very clear that this is a human-machine symbiosis that is designed and not defined by everybody else out there. Ask for the right symbiosis design, and the future shall be yours. Thank you very much, and please connect with me online. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, our next speech dedicated to the AI and climate by Professor Gavin Shattuck will start in a couple moments. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speech, AI and Climate, using data science and AI to develop adaptation strategies and increase resilience to environmental change by Professor Gavin Shattuck will begin right now. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, доклад профессора Гавина Шаттука на тему ИИ и климат, использование науки о данных ИИ для разработки стратегии адаптации и повышения устойчивости к изменениям окружающей среды начинается прямо сейчас. Просим занять свои места.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak with you today. The title of this presentation is AI and Climate, and I'm going to run through some examples of how we think using data science and AI can actually help us address some of the major challenges associated with climate change, environmental change, and also to allow us to develop adaptation and mitigation strategies. My name is Professor Gavin Shattuck. I'm from Cardiff University. Before I joined Cardiff last year, I was a fellow at the Alan Turing Institute for 5 years, the UK's National Data Science and AI Institute. So, brief outline of my presentation. I'll go through some background to AI and environmental challenges. I'll then run through some examples from work we've done both at Cardiff and at the Turing. And then I'm going to introduce a risk framework known as hazards, exposures, and vulnerability as a way of thinking about how we might use AI to bring data together from different spheres to come up with solutions. And then finally, I'll end with some conclusions. So I think we're all aware that the interaction between ourselves and the environment is absolutely crucial that we get it right. It affects everything, all aspects of society, our health, wealth, safety, future development. And as we've got AI tools now developing to a very sophisticated level, and an explosion in the amount of data that's available, whether that be from the internet, whether it be from remote sensing satellites, from monitors, also from personal devices, we have an exceptional opportunity to transform our understanding of the complex interactions between ourselves, the climate, the environment, natural ecosystems, human, social, and economic systems. So if we can unlock the full power of that data that is now available, we'll have wide-reaching impact across all sorts of areas. Different sectors, both those directly related to the environment, such as agriculture, fisheries, water, waste, but also things like transport, infrastructure, health, energy systems. So everything really interacts with our environment. And as the climate is changing, as in certain parts of the globe temperatures are increasing, how do we make sure that we can become resilient to those changes and actually make sure that we can thrive? There are, of course, challenges. There's lots of data out there, with data from satellites, monitors, and lots of other sources, but that data is often out of date. So how do we make decision making if we've got out of date data? Or there might be a lot of data in certain areas of the world, but there might be regions where there's very little data. So how can we use AI to fill in those gaps in data? Often the data is available on large aggregated areas such as country level, and we really want to know what's happening in our cities or in our neighborhoods. So how do we take data that's available at a country level, or maybe from a satellite looking at large areas, and actually integrate that with local data to get local insights? And if we think about the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and behind those are indicators. So there are metrics which are measured to see if we are making progress. The problem is the United Nations Environmental Programme suggests that out of this 93 environmental related SDGs, there isn't enough data to track or monitor for nearly over two-thirds of them. So that means across many parts of the world, we can't actually understand whether things are getting better or worse. And if we don't understand the situation, how can we possibly understand how we're going to solve the problems? So the good news is there is a lot more data that's available. So there's a rapid increase in the number of variety of data sources related to the environment. That comes from remote sensing satellites, Earth observation, from monitors, from personal devices, also from large numerical mathematical models. If we think about climate models, they are hugely complex physical models, mathematical models full of partial differential equations. They run on very large computers, and they can predict the changes in the climate over the next 50 years. The problem is they are available on large grid cells. So if we look at the example on the right-hand side, some of the outputs of climate projection models might be on a 50-kilometer by 50-kilometer grid cell. But what about if we want to know the effect of increasing temperatures, for example, in our neighborhood? How do we go from a large-scale piece of data down to something very local? Also, these are very different sources of data. If I have an Apple Watch, other watches are available, that's recording information, that is a very different source of data than from something from an air pollution monitor next to a road, or a pixel image from a satellite. So we need to understand the different biases in those data, why those biases might change over time, they might change over space. We also know that most data sources come with some form of uncertainty. So if I have a well-calibrated scientific monitor, that's going to be a lot more accurate than if I have a very cheap sensor that I'm putting on my lapel. So we need to understand those different biases, we need to understand those different uncertainties. And as we put data together from different sources to come up with new data products, to answer questions, to gain insights, we need to understand the data journey. Where has that data been? What has someone done to it? What processing might they have done, which means that it might not be quite what we think it is. So increasingly, we're going to have to understand the data generation mechanism, and we're going to have to understand which data sources we really trust and which ones we might want to calibrate or compare with other data sources before using them. So climate, environmental change is inherently a global challenge. It affects the entire world, but what we want is regional and local solutions. So the sheer volume of data out there means that we have to use AI. We're going to have to augment human intelligence. There is no one in this room, I don't believe, certainly not me, could take in all the data based on the environment, come up with an idea, and then come up with the solution. And gone are the days that we could just download all the data to our own laptops. We're going to have to think about using AI, all facets of AI, multidisciplinary. We need to care about data quality, data accuracy, how we combine data, what questions are we answering, what questions should we be answering, and then think about how we embed that into decision-making processes and actually embedding that into things that will make climate change less of a threat. So I'll now go through some examples. These are from the organisations at the bottom: Cardiff, University of Exeter, the UK Met Office, Turing Institute, the UK Clean Air Programme, and CSIRO in Australia. Before I go through those examples, I thought it might be useful to look at the UK government's AI strategy. My favourite page is page 45, which is on AI and net zero. And you can see some of the examples that are listed in that document about how AI and machine learning might be able to help us to our journey to net zero. But one key fact that is written in that document is, though AI applications are being well integrated into many sectors, commerce, energy systems, and some operations, in climate and net zero, they're relatively underdeveloped. And there's an awful lot of potential, and certainly from taking advances in technology from other sources and actually using them to help us address the problems of climate change. So some examples. I've talked about SDG indicators very briefly. On the left-hand side, you'll see a map of the world, and that is shows the locations of air quality monitors in the WHO, World Health Organization's database. Now, what do you see? You see a lot of information in North America, Western Europe, increasingly India and China, but there are large parts of the world where there aren't any routine monitoring high-quality air pollution monitors. The problem is, one of the SDG indicators, 11.6.2, means that we have to be able to understand air pollution in every city and every country in the world. So the question is, how do we go from that map that has a lot of grey to that map which is fully coloured in? Now the answer is something called the Data Integration Model for Air Quality, DMAC, which was developed by myself with the World Health Organization. It takes satellite information, numerical models, chemical transport models, land use, road networks. It integrates that in an AI model. For those who are interested, it's a Bayesian hierarchical model with dependencies over space and time. And it allows us to predict air pollution on a very high resolution grid all over the world. So now for the first time, we can actually calculate that SDG indicator because we have information on the concentrations of air pollution absolutely everywhere. And there really is no limit to the resolution. We could do higher and higher resolution maps. The only thing stopping us really is computing power. On the right-hand side is an example of where we worked with an electricity distribution company, Western Power Distribution, in the UK to monitor and predict electricity demand. So in order to monitor electricity demand, WPD, Western Power Distribution, wanted to put monitoring devices in every primary substation, so in every electricity substation, but that's very expensive and there are lots and lots of substations across the UK. So what we did was we put some monitors in a small selection of substations in South Wales, and then we augmented that with other data that was routinely available and built a predictive model. And that allowed us to predict electricity demand even when there was no monitoring, which was a far cheaper and much quicker way than installing monitors. So some more examples. One on the left-hand side is the CLIMA model, Climate Impacts Adaptation Resilience, where we integrate data on hazards, exposures, and vulnerabilities, different data sources, in order to come up with ideas for climate solutions. And the other is looking at climate change and integrating that with agricultural models to see where there might be changes in conditions that would lead to us needing to think about growing different crops and thinking about different diseases that might be prevalent in the future. So hazards, exposures, and vulnerabilities. What we're really doing here is to think about climate hazards. Let's think about increased temperatures or increased rainfall. There will be areas where there'll be an increased temperature. Then we need to think, what is exposed to that temperature? If it's a human being, if they're exposed, there's a higher temperature, are they vulnerable? Older people with pre-existing health conditions might be more vulnerable than those who are healthy and younger. So we need to be able to integrate different types of data from different sources and bring them together. So we bring together hazard data, that might be climate projections. We bring together exposure data, that might be the locations of settlements. It might be the locations of electricity power plants. And we bring together vulnerability data. That might be, if a power plant is flooded, does it have good flood protection? If a human being is exposed to high temperatures, do they have a pre-existing condition? And a few examples of this, we developed a tool for Bristol City Council in the UK. We overlaid climate projections and what might happen to the temperatures with building characteristics and looked at the effect of what retrofitting to buildings might be able to do. Could we put double glazing in? Could we put white or green roofs to try to cool the temperatures in buildings? We overlaid that with hazard information, that was temperatures going forward 40 years, and then we overlaid that with vulnerability information, and that was health-related data and demographics, so how many old people lived in certain areas. And as you can see, we built an AI tool to combine these information and actually to predict for Bristol City Council how many extra hospitalisation cases there might be each summer. And we brought that together in a front end which allowed the council policymakers to try different scenarios, to try different retrofitting, to look at different areas and think about how they might invest now to reduce the problems of climate change. Another example was Credo, which was a climate resilience demonstrator for the COP26 conference in Glasgow a few years ago. This was a digital twin where we integrated climate projections and future potential flooding with hydrological models, and we had an AI emulator to make the speed of the running models much quicker. We then integrated that with information on the infrastructure, road networks, transportation networks, electricity networks, and then we had information on how vulnerable they might be. And what we wanted to know in the digital twin was to use that to see whether there might be any cascading hazards. So if there was flooding of electricity power station and the telecoms network, the power station would not be able to contact the power distribution company to go and fix the problem. And if the road network was flooded, then people might be without electricity for a long time. Also, we overlaid the resilience of the electricity network to think, well, if one power station goes out, it might not be a problem. But if two consecutive ones goes out, you could have large areas that were without power for a long time. And the digital twin allowed people to actually run scenarios, different flooding scenarios, put in different resilience scenarios, and work out what the best investment resources was. I'm running out of time, so I'll run very quickly through this last example. We used agent-based modeling, which is where we have virtual individuals. We might have a virtual school child who goes to school, and we developed this as part of the response to COVID-19 in the United Kingdom, a project led by the Royal Society. Those virtual individuals then go to school, they go to the supermarket. If they bump into a virtual individual in the supermarket who has COVID, there's a chance that they will pass COVID on. Then the person who's just caught COVID goes around their virtual life, a bit like SimCity. And so we can model the spread and the reduction in the pandemic. It also enables us to put in lockdowns. And we were able to use this to predict the effects of different lockdowns, whether lockdowns started earlier or later, and depending on their length. We then adapted this after COVID to looking at exposures of individual people in populations to things like heat with climate change and air pollution. And you can see on the right-hand side, this isn't a video, it should be, that actually the model runs and you can see the spread of COVID disease and the reduction. You can tweak, you can put in lockdowns, you can shut down supermarkets, you can shut down schools, and you can really run through and see the effect of those different decisions. So, in conclusion, there is a huge potential for data science and artificial intelligence to play a crucial role in addressing the challenges associated with environment change. If we think about climate change over the next 30, 40 years in most countries, there'll be increased heat, there'll be increased periods of intense rainfall. In some countries, it will get much colder. How do we make sure that our infrastructure, how do we make sure that our hospitals, how do we make sure that we as human beings are ready for those changes? What can we do to adapt to climate change and make those adaptation strategies now based on the very best information? And so AI is going to help us bring together all this new data, plus what we understand at the moment, to bring new insights and new information. In order to do this, we do need to collaborate. AI scientists need to collaborate with end users, the public, stakeholders, whether that be businesses, governments, and industry, to make sure that we really understand the problems that need to be solved. If we think about the power distribution network, we need to understand how that works when it's in crisis so that we can model it using AI. And also, I'll finish on the fact that when we develop these AI systems, these AI tools, it's essential that they're fit for purpose. They shouldn't just be an academic exercise. And crucial in that is making sure that they are fit for purpose in different localities. There is no point me sitting in Cardiff making AI models and assume that they'll work in Astana. So we need to work with local experts, local data providers, to make sure those local challenges are really being addressed by these development of AI tools. So I hope you've enjoyed my presentation. Hopefully you have some idea of some of the work we can use AI to address the problems of climate change and hopefully make the world a happier, healthier and more prosperous place in the future. Thank you.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, EdTech және жи болашақтық жаһандық білім беру платформаларын құру атты панельдік талқылау жақында басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion EdTech and AI, creating global educational platforms of the future, will begin in a minute. Please take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия EdTech и создание глобальных образовательных платформ будущего начнется уже очень скоро. Просим занять свои места.
Машина сатып алатын уақыт келді ме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
Раз. Всем здравствуйте, как слышно? Хорошо?
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me. Let's test our mics. Okay, can you hear me? Hi everyone. everyone, dear friends. So welcome to the panel session. Sorry for a slight delay. The topic of today's panel session is EdTech and AI. And we'll talk about education, educational technologies, and AI today, about its implementation, the future, and we've got cool experts today, great speakers, and I will introduce every one of them. First, we have great guests. I'll start with Oskar Bolat. I guess all of you used Kalam app. Give us a round of applause if you've heard about Kalam app. And Oskar is the General Director of Kalan. Next speaker is Dmitry Gavdur, a pioneer in EdTech. He's built several platforms and is the CEO of Learna right now, and is the ambassador of the AI because he's implementing it in all stages of his EdTech projects. And he's among the first ones in CIS and Russia to start implementing it. Our next speaker is just as famous, and congratulations on your new appointment, Danabek. Danabek is a great entrepreneur and an experienced specialist in EdTech, General Director of the Coding Federation of Kazakhstan, and he is leading Codeplay, a large Kazakhstani startup that we are very proud of. And guest number 4 is an amazing entrepreneur, expert in inclusive education, Asyam Tajiyeva. Asyam is the founder of OZIM platform. They are developing OZIM Academy now. This is a platform that allows to provide training to entrepreneurs, also inclusive training. We actually have a lot of questions to discuss, and I think that we'll start the discussion with our speaker number 3. We'll ask you a few questions related to your new position and the whole paradigm shift that you're implementing through Codeplay. Codeplay now works in dozens of countries, and its value is $100 million. So what happens when AI becomes sovereign? Will AI be turned into an instrument for political control over education? What do you think? Well, there are a few sides of this coin. Overall, whenever technology is created and innovations are created, there is always a fear. So 6,000 years ago, when our ancestors domesticated a horse, at some point, this also was an instrument for political control. But the question is whether you are riding this horse or not. Same goes for nuclear energy. It doesn't mean that you don't need the research in nuclear area, but you can do both nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons with it. So it will always have a political context. But saying that because it can be used as a political tool, let's not do that, is probably the most dangerous thing, because if we don't go into this area, someone else will. We are past the stage now. We are already living in the world when our students in EdTech companies will live in the world with AI. We might try and live under the rock now, but our students will already live in the world of AI. So we need to maintain our principles and still work on EdTech and AI in EdTech. And we need to understand that there are various tools and various aspects. So first is this control, reporting, dashboards, for the ministers, directors, or departments of education. That's one thing. Another thing is the instruments for teachers, so that one teacher could be more effective and could serve greater number of children. And third aspect is AI as an instrument to strengthen students. So in the first aspect of it, of course, there will be political subtext there, but aspects 2 and 3 are also important, and it's difficult to politicize that. Great, thanks. I actually fully agree that AI can be used for some political control, but it's rather used to provide knowledge in a more efficient manner, to create a cool tech enabler product so that we can transfer the knowledge to the new generation. Next question goes to our foreign guest, Dmitry. You've got a lot of experience in education in EdTech, in implementing technologies, including AI, and you've seen the way EdTech projects in the CIS grew up to include millions of users. But what if AI makes teachers and schools obsolete? Will EdTech also become obsolete if we replace everything with AI? Hi, it's actually an interesting question because we are experiencing turbulent times now when for the last 2 years we've been hearing AI as a buzzword from everywhere, saying that AI will replace us, AI will replace professions, AI will replace teachers and the rest of the world. But I think that this is always an exaggeration and a hype story. And in reality, AI will just remain our assistant, which will simplify some of the routine processes. For instance, mobile phones, which used to be a sign of prestige, now smartphone has become our routine gadget, something that helps us with routine processes. I'll give you a small example, like you don't have to carry cards, you just pay with your phone. So as for school education and education in general, I think there will be one track, and for EdTech, this would be a different track. In our platform, we now have about 35 large schools. Majority probably knows us because of Skillbox, which is quite popular here as well. We've got many students. We have Skillbox, Skill Factory, and other schools. So together with schools and founders, we constantly discuss what's the path forward for EdTech and how can AI replace it. And actually, for a classical adult EdTech, this is a difficult time, because the training courses in a standard format, like with simple videos that aren't very engaging, aren't very dynamic, they are dying off. So all of the projects and schools which won't be able to adjust and build in the AI assistants that are there not just for hype, like now many are using these buzzwords on their landing pages, saying that AI is doing something, but for majority of the cases, this is still just advertisement and it's not real. But in reality, those schools will survive that will allocate budgets to develop good quality assistance, because the main problem of EdTech, and not just EdTech, the same goes for the gyms or fitness centers. When a person buys membership and then at some point they lose motivation, there are work-related matters, personal matters, and they stop going. So that is the situation when AI assistants in EdTech should become true assistants. They need to accompany people from the beginning of the training until completion, either through change of profession or improvement of skills. And I think that for all of us, that will be experienced as the improvement in the quality of life or increase in salaries. So I think that EdTech is now at the crossroads. EdTech focused on kids will have a different story because they are competing with schools and tutors. Those who work under university curricula, they will have their own issues because they have to fit into this micro-learning, lifelong learning processes, because people will improve their skills and will get real results throughout life. Because this topic of all going to IT, this is already outdated. So we all now need to build our processes based on specific results for a specific person. They need to understand what they're getting. To summarize, and that would be leading to our next question, we have a very broad context of EdTech, and I think that you're right in saying that there is now a lot of hype around having AI teachers and so on, but things don't always work, and we still need teachers, trainers. But the question is, what will happen and how do we deal with the new generation that have a very short attention span? So I have the next question to Oskar. You are working on technologies and learning and science, and you are focusing on math, but we now have kids with a TikTok brain that have very short attention span. How do we train those in math? Well, first of all, to develop education and science, we first need to understand the role of math. I think that math gives us the foundation for all other subjects, especially in the age of technology. So the classic school system was developed, 150 years ago by Germans, by Europeans, and hasn't really changed since. For a current system, we need to work in a different direction. So, for instance, the technologies are now developing quite quickly, and it's no longer the question of just literacy. And personally, I'm a romantic person. I am a dreamer, and I think that we currently have the need to change the educational standards, because math is becoming the foundation for all of the technology. So we need to change our approaches in math, and also for education and science to modernize it. We need not only to teach math. We are an EdTech platform, so we can easily include other subjects there as well. We are creating a platform, and we just need to make sure that we capture the attention of the kids. And we are now thinking about the ways to capture attention of our learners. We are now including gamification mechanisms. This is a trend in EdTech. This is the buzzword in learning, gamification, so that we can engage the mechanisms of internal and external motivation and capture the attention, like you said. Second, it's also about AI assistance. I think that the previous speaker was right to say that it will not replace teachers. Of course, we cannot replace them 100%, but maybe 80%. So 5 or 6 years ago, I was also a very conservative person, saying that there is no way professors will be replaced. I'm less conservative now, and I think that AI assistants are now doing a lot of work and explaining things to children similarly to teachers. Next step would be personalized training, and I think that this will become a new revolution. For instance, in schoolrooms, there are specific standards now. You know, they have lesson plans and so on. And all kids are learning the same thing under the same standard. But in the age of technologies and AI, each child should learn what they need, and they need their own time to learn. And the Kalan company is working on technologies like that. So these are the 3 trends that I've mentioned. First is the AI assistants that could work as teachers or mentors. Second trend is the personalized learning, and AI has a great role to play there. And gamification. These, I think, are the current trends. I would like to add here, I think that everyone is talking about attention span, but I think that this is probably a myth. I think that the kids of this generation aren't really different from the kids of the previous generation. It's not the question of the attention span. So as a General Secretary of the Federation, I see that our kids are preparing for international competitions. They have, some of them have been preparing for 3 years, and there is no issue with attention span, and because they are preparing for an international AI Olympiad competition. They are already doing science. They go abroad, and they were actually 4th globally. This was a competition in China. And I think that it's a myth. I don't really believe in that. As a teacher, I thought in the universities you have like traditional classes and traditional lessons. The question is where the kids are learning interesting content. I think it's about interesting content. We just need to ensure this transformation. I'm a teacher by training, by background, and teachers are very conservative by nature. So we just need to work on gamification, on improving things. And I think we just needed to disprove this myth. Because kids are also using that as an excuse, and I think that we needed to overcome that myth. All right, thank you, you're right. I agree with you, but there is a small problem. It's not just kids, it's also a problem for adults, that attention span is growing shorter. And I agree that we are stronger, maybe we can manage that. But Oskar and Danabek now talked about an interesting topic of importance of personalization. And Oskar said that each child is different. And using AI, we could use different approaches to this child. So I have the following question that will go to Asem, which is related to inclusive education. We are now talking about implementing robotics, AI, and personalization. who should be responsible from the standpoint of the processes to make sure that there is an inclusivity component to it and that the needs, special needs of children are also taken into account in this process? Who needs to make sure that the inclusive approach is there? Is that the government? Is that private companies or technologies developers or teachers? Because personalization sounds great, but we need to go beyond that and make personalization in a way so that children with vision or hearing impairments are included in that personalization. Who should deal with that and how do we implement it?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to ask you, are there any teachers in the room? Let us applaud them. Let's congratulate them with Teachers' Day. Working with teachers, I understand that any reform in the education system turns into fear, stress for teachers. There is a huge workload. We don't always understand where we're going. However, the paradigm of AI in education, as that education system that we have right now, is the legacy of the industrial era, which was aimed at the fact that people do mechanical work. As a result, we started dividing people into normotypical, not normotypical, neurodifferent, etc. But what is a norm these days? What is a norm? It doesn't make any more sense anymore, and today AI will be more focused on personalization, as you have mentioned. What is personalization? It's sensitive data. In order for AI assistant to be truly personal AI assistant, we need to have a lot of sensitive data there, and they will have this data in order for them to work for us. If you listen to keynote speakers, many talked about the fact that right now every person matters. Every person is unique. Now imagine a student within education system with his own pace for development, pace for education, their own interests. And now we understand more and more that every person matters within the system. So when we talk about AI introduction into education and who is going to be responsible for that, the answer is each and every one of us. We are all going to be responsible. At the same time, we each have a role to play. I understand the basic difficulties that teachers face today. And before talking about AI and how we're going to strengthen it, let us strengthen the basic knowledge as well. Paul Kim from Stanford University recently said that right now the most important is among skills is creative thinking, critical thinking, leadership, the ability to work in a team, the ability to make decisions in a short period of time. This is what we need to teach our children. What is the education system that can help us with such high standards? We can't just jump ahead to a new level. So right now we need to collect a lot of data. We need to have profiles for students. We need to understand their needs as well. We shouldn't just split children into various categories. We need to understand that we all have our own needs. Having all these profiles at hand, having big data, sensitive data, we will be able to analyze the data and understand better truly personalized approach. And teachers and the state and the developers will still have a lot of challenges ahead. And you know, there are so many stakeholders here, employers, who do we train? Who do you need? It's important to understand it, analyze it, and then have a differentiated approach in education system. We need to train leaders of future. I agree with previous speakers, and there are many talented, creative people. They have a lot of talents and competence that we like to see in them, and at the same time, we all need to put focus on whether or not we can develop this collective intellect. Can we work together towards this common future? Thank you very much. I would like to jump in, if I may. Sure. We talked a lot about teachers and the fear of something new, but it's important that a teacher right now is the face of innovation. The systems are not really flexible. If we change education plans, we introduce new textbooks, etc., etc., all of that is a lengthy bureaucratic process. Doesn't matter in which country. It is so in any case. School is like a totem state, and all the changes are cumbersome. It takes a lot of time, a lot of meetings, conferences, scientific symposium, and right now the main focus and the main hope is for teachers who can adapt quickly to all the new changes, teachers who, with the use of AI, can collect this individual track, individual skills, competences, and achievements. So you don't need to teach 20, 30 students based on the same standards and following the same method. Everybody should sit upright, etc. No, you should pay attention to each child individually. AI can help us with collecting this data and do so rather easily. So we will each need to contribute to this. The business, the teachers, the parents, we will all put together the portrait of a new person who will be creative, who will unlock the potential that was hard to unlock previously. We can do checkup of any person, see what skills and capabilities they have, and we can further develop these capabilities. Even this person is 10 years old, 40 or 60, our abilities are within us, and with the right approach, we can unlock all those capabilities. So our future depends on us, and the portrait of future free, creative leader who can build a better world, more comfortable world, without the wars and conflicts as possible. I think another important issue is to understand whether we talk about tech and education as a process. I am not sure that education is the most important part of school. I'm actually not sure that school actually contributes a lot into a child's education. I agree that children who come to school, they're all creative, they're all great, but unfortunately 80% of schools turn 80% of students into standard people, average people. Pink Floyd says we don't need no education. It's important that school is also an environment, and this empathy, the mutual respect, all the right communications. This is what EdTech need to focus on as well. Having moved everything online, we should not forget about this social mechanism. This is the most important part, I believe. Dana, in my opinion, if we talk about school, we need to understand there is academic education, which includes critical thinking, creativity. These are the skills that we need to have in our academic education. These are the bricks of academic foundation. We should not make mistakes of other countries. For example, AI technology in education, I mean from the academic point of view. And a teacher should be a leader. Academic education is something that we can't just squeeze into 45 minutes. So we're truly lagging behind due to the existing system. We want to say we're thankful to this system, and at some period of time it did give us the right education, but right now we need to leave the routine in education to AI. And all the leadership skills that are needed for the human development should be carried out by teachers. Now a question to all that stems from this discussion that we're having today. We already talked about personalization, we talked about AI, but I have this question that I'm sure everybody's interested in. Where is this thin line between personalization and data protection? I actually have two questions. First is about storage of sensitive data that not everybody wants to share with others, maybe, or at least they want to be sure that this data will not be leaked. There are cases. Just 3 weeks ago, there was a case in Carolina. Chatbot was created on emotional support, and chatbot brought the child to suicide. The data was stored somewhere in OpenAI. So it's a double-edged sword, really. How do you find the thin line between personalization and the competition? Because we're all fighting, right? There is poverty of data and richness of data. There are some countries that have a lot of data, and they are in the very top. And there are some who don't have enough data. So how do we reach the right balance, not to lag behind in this fight? Especially if we look within different regions in Kazakhstan, let's say. What can we do to have personalization and not to have data leaked? For example, Flo sold the data of women's period. And you know, personalized data is really a sensitive issue. What can we do about that? This year we are launching R&D center in order to collect all the sensitive data about children. There are a lot of data, and we need to see who is going to use it. And for that, we need to make sure that we depersonalize the data. There's also the sovereignty of data. And that is why in Kazakhstan we developed KazLM. I was at the presentation at the NU not long ago. We saw Sir Mangasos, and corporate companies own a lot of data. They can store all this data, plus there are supercomputers that they procure, and this data is accumulated with them. At the same time, in order for AI worked well, we still need to exchange some data. At the same time, we need to depersonalize the data and protect the data. And actually, talking about data, this is a very important issue. We do not collect data in Kazakhstan, not really. And Laura is asking the right question, that it's time for us to think about how we're going to collect data, where we're going to store it, how we're going to accumulate data. We have a law on AI, and I believe that it will include the issue of data confidentiality. So I would like to mention In Kazakhstan, we should not be scared of the loan AI. We should be scared of the loan technologies because AI, as technology, is developing really fast. We just really cannot catch up with it. But if they're going to be open source, then there is nothing for us to worry about. This data will give us all the right functionality that we need in order to develop various sectors. That's my opinion. I would like to do a follow-up comment. Of course, data protection is really important, and it is the competent bodies that need to deal with that. But people also need to understand that internet is like a street. If you don't walk naked on the streets, then don't walk around naked on the internet. So on the internet, basically, you should behave same way that you act outside. If you don't talk to strangers outside, don't talk to strangers on the internet. So follow the same pattern of behavior. You know, my watch knows more about me than my doctor does, or the Ministry of Healthcare and the Committee of National Security. So we have already crossed that bridge. But of course, if we look at the system of education, I don't think situation can be worse than that. The best way for manipulation are teachers. I don't think it can be worse than that. We have many problems in education, and if we're going to stay conservative, we're not going to get anywhere. The system works like that, unfortunately. So we need to make that step forward. And from the point of view of moral, this protectionism need to be reduced. We're part of global world, and we need to cooperate with global companies. We're part of global world. We're citizens of the world, and this attempt to shut down will lead to bad results, especially if we are not self-sufficient country from the financial, human resources point of view. The self-sufficiency starts at 100 million of population. Let us be friends with the whole world. Let's aim for 100 million people, and then we will see what we can do with our LLM and AI, and then we'll be happy with just our domestic policy. These are my main thoughts. In my opinion, for Kazakhstan, if compared to other countries, for example, and if we analyze where we see the development, it's fintech and govtech. So, public sector. If fintech develops, you know, Kaspi, for example, it's easy to have transactions or get loans right away. Developed all these technologies. We know that Kaspi uses a lot of data. Some other banks or other countries will require a long period of time to issue a banking card, which was not the case in Kaspi. But also in tech, we can make sure that technologies move ahead, and then we regulate those technologies. We need to make sure that we avoid the restrictions, especially restrictions for startup. In the beginning, we need to develop the technology And then we will all be a part of one team and we will all move ahead together. Talking about fintech, you see that there is a lot of regulation, but we also talk about security. It covers both Kaspi and government. Again, we should not be scared. We should not turn into Europe. We cannot stop the development.
Yeah.
Можно я еще добавлю?
If I may add my 2 cents, I actually think about data every time I talk to ChatGPT. I always think, should I give the maximum information to the chat or should I restrict myself? And I used to restrict that rather, but now I understand that this is technology. If I want to get the results and output from it, I need to disclose some things. But the issue of data indeed is there, and it's quite relevant because we don't know where the data is stored, which servers are used, who will learn about it. So it's all about personal hygiene, and everyone will have a different approach. Because overall, our data, photos, videos, reels, posts in Insta, TikTok, they're out there. And DeepSeeks and ChatGPT is like some final point. There are some AI psychologists where we share our difficulties, our life experiences, and so on. So it's all about personal hygiene. Either you're closed off and you maintain your personal hygiene everywhere in media space, in talking to the AI and so on, or you open to the world and you get all opportunities provided by it. In terms of this richness and poorness of data, I should note that each country chooses its own path forward. There are countries that try to close off and restrict or codify somehow, encrypt these AI blocks. Or there are examples like Kazakhstan, which is opening up and increasing its infrastructure, opening the AI centers, training centers, data storage centers. This demonstrates that the country that isn't the largest in the world is joining the ranks of the advanced countries in this technology. And in a few years, we'll see the profits from it. The countries that close off, they will try to catch up, but they will be falling far behind. And the countries that were open from the start and took that risk, like Salvador did with bitcoins, they were buying bitcoins, and now majority of their GDP is in bitcoins. So they took a risk, they used this technology, and now are enjoying the benefits of it. I think this is a good policy of the country that deserves an applause. Let me also add, first of all, the companies, when they want to come up with new technologies to make life easier, they act in the best interest, but there are always fraudsters, there are always scams, so we shouldn't be stopping just because there are some cases of fraud. We need to continue developing to improve the quality of life of the population. We do have our immunity already. We can already see the issues. And speaking about hygiene, I think that this was right. That population, government, and businesses already know that. To summarize, I fully agree with all the speakers. We need to be open, because in this war for data, we need to be on the winning side. We need to open up, but also try to do our best as individuals to ensure our personal hygiene. In education, I think that we need slightly more regulation, but at the same time, we need flexibility to make sure that we can use personalized approach. We can take into account the needs of every individual. As Danabek said, we need to provide not only academic benefits, but also social benefits, so that we raise a generation that can not only solve some tasks, but can also socialize, work in teams on the projects, and be leaders. Colleagues, thank you for a great discussion. With that, we will end this session. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Фото.
Рахмет.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, жаңаша білім беру, TikTok болашақтың білім мен дағды мәдениетін қалай қалыптастырады атты панельдік талқылау 5 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, New Ways of Learning, How TikTok Creates a Culture of Knowledge and Future Skills, will begin in 5 minutes. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия «Учиться по-новому. Как TikTok формирует культуру знаний и навыков будущего» начнется через 5 минут. Просим занять свои места.
Managed Connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
В Казахстане так много невероятно красивых мест, где можно отдохнуть. Раньше...
Так, ну что, начинаем нашу панельную сессию? Тогда, дорогой зал, позвольте начать эту сессию с ваших аплодисментов. Дорогие зрители, дорогие...
Dear audience, dear speakers, welcome to our great panel session dedicated to education in TikTok, a new way of learning, how TikTok builds the culture of learning. And today we have a unique panel session with great speakers, and I will introduce each one of them, and then I'll talk about what you could expect during this session. I'll give you a few insights about education in TikTok, and then we'll do Q&A. Our first speaker is Nina Nurambekova, Marketing Director of Freedom Holding. Next, we've got Anastasia Amosova, Operations Director of Envision U, and Nariman Karabalin, founder of the Jump to Mars project on TikTok. And myself, moderator Yulia Kushner. So, you all know that TikTok is a platform that is all about creativity, inspiration. It brings together over 1 billion of users that come to the platform to find something new and get inspired, learn something new about the products, about businesses, about new theorems or formulas, and of course about education. According to a study, over 90% of users noted that TikTok helps them with discoveries and to learn something new about specific subjects, business, different categories. And users learn something new about the culture, about countries and companies. Speaking about educational content, the educational and learning content is key in TikTok, and hashtag learn on TikTok has already gathered over 48 million posts, and teachers of TikTok community has inspired over 5.5 million publications about education and culture of knowledge exchange. And in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, the interest in the category of education is also high. For instance, for the 3 years now, we've been having a program of teachers of Kazakhstan that TikTok is implementing together with the Ministry of Education and also the Ministry of Higher Education and Science. Using this hashtag, over 23 publications were already used on TikTok. And this proves that TikTok is about the culture of knowledge, a culture of creating new knowledge and educational content. That's why we have an amazing panel of speakers today who are great examples of educational and transformative experience on TikTok. So we will start this interesting discussion with Nina. Nina, the topic of investment and financial literacy is quite difficult, and it's very difficult to start to learn about it and start investing. As a marketing director of Freedom Holding, could you elaborate on how did you select your strategy for promoting this topic of Freedom Broker for a wide audience? Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that indeed financial sector is highly regulated sector where it's difficult to speak in plain language because there are specific laws and norms where we cannot guarantee profits and so on. We've been working on developing finfluencers. These are people who know how to talk about finance in simple terms. But we are also seeing that in the neighboring countries, these already started licensing these finfluencers. And we understood that TikTok is a platform that, according to the What Next studies, 74% of respondents answered that TikTok is a platform that shares about culture, and 67% said that they learned something new through TikTok. So this is like a platform where you can quickly learn about something. And we decided that using our platform, we want to create a project where we will speak to other people as peers. When TikTok users themselves can share useful information and teach about difficult product in 15 minutes. So one question, one answer, and it works. As for a project investment for beginners that you launched, what was your goal and the results? Well, when we launched this project, our main goal was not to sell things, but rather when we created this project, we wanted it to teach people more like financial literacy idea. The initial idea was to create simple content, explaining difficult things in simple language. And when a person got some content and asked questions, we learned from that, understanding that when a person asks a question, it means that they haven't learned something. And as marketing specialists, we always looked at the funnel. So here, the funnel was not just seeing things and using the link. It's rather learning and then coming using the link. So this is a longer path. But the users on TikTok basically are those who came to us through that platform already understanding why they want to open a broker account and why they want to invest. And the most interesting feedback that I got from it was that we are not simply a company. Freedom Broker is not just a company on TikTok. This is equal to investment in their minds. Because Freedom talks about investment, it develops a lot of educational content. You indeed have great educational videos, and they've been very successful. Why does the audience like this educational content? Well, actually, I think that my finding from that is that older generation or our peers, when they search for information, they Google it, and Gen Z doesn't Google it. They look it up on TikTok. I don't know. We need to coin a term of not Googling, but TikToking. This is an interesting trend, and when the person asks questions through TikTok, they get quick, right answers. And the most popular videos, for instance, are about how do I save $1 million. Everyone Googled it or TikToked it. Plus, we had a great project on 3 popular books among investors. That was about 1 million views. For a financial sector, that is a lot. Yeah, there are 3 million views of the videos, how do you save $1 million? Cool. You're also talking about value investment. Why is it so important for Freedom, and how do you use TikTok for that? Well, it's important for us because people always have some value in taking certain actions. We don't want the financial sector to be just a sales instrument. We want to create some value from it. We were just talking behind the scenes, saying that this is probably the only panel session where we have more women than men. So at least we met the ESG agenda here. So we were trying to understand what the values of the people are. For instance, we created this project Women Power before the International Women's Day, where we not just only talked about investing, but we created a portfolio where women were leaders or inspirations for the companies. And what's interesting is that 2 years ago in our company, we had 96% of men investing. Now, if we look at the statistics, 48% of investors are women, and I think that this is a great indicator and important improvement in financial literacy among female population of Kazakhstan. That's great initiative, fully support you. Also, being a person who is responsible for a commercial department of TikTok and supports ad campaigns and works on business development in Central Asia and Kazakhstan. For us, I am proud to share that Freedom Broker has become the first ones to launch the investment business in Kazakhstan as promotion on TikTok with new discovery. That was a new discovery for us, new launch. Freedom became the pioneer in this category. To what extent does educational content help you in attracting new users in the platform? As I've mentioned before, when we started our work on TikTok, we understood that we are there not to sell things, we are there to learn and to raise financial literacy in the population. Our goal was not to increase sales, it was rather to demonstrate, get people interested, and then leading them to action. And TikTok has proven itself to be a platform where 30% of people are ready to learn and are ready to go deeper. So after TikTok, they're willing to go to our landing page and get more information. And they can create their own value and understand why they're investing. When filming TikTok content, we understood that this eliminates this threshold, this first step that people are afraid of. And we are seeing an increase in accounts. People want to invest, but then they get afraid. They open an account and then they don't know what type of securities they will buy, how they can send money to this investment account, and so on. So there are many questions, and sometimes we are ashamed to ask these questions, and we try to search for information ourselves. So our users are like young adults like Gen Z. They get this information through this training, and they can take their first investment steps through your platform. And we were quite surprised when we started working on TikTok. We thought that it will be simple educational content, and we were ready to invest in that. Because we want to create a big platform, we want to develop the investment market in Kazakhstan. But when we started seeing conversion, and TikTok actually was overcoming Google, that was quite interesting. And now we want to create not only educational content, but also then talk about what you can do next once you start investing. So we try to demonstrate how you can learn more about investment, how you can read information about investment. So speaking of the topic, what's next? As a pioneer in investment education, what's your vision of the future of investment education on TikTok and in other digital platforms? I've been asking myself this question of what's next, how we allocate our budget between the platforms, and I understand that if you look at Freedom, it's a big ecosystem, and we understand that a person interacts with the ecosystem from different angles. So as a marketing specialist, when I'm trying to transfer this system of coordinates into the tools language, TikTok is just a first touch. It's the first contact with our clients. It's something that people can get quickly, get interested. And investment and financial sector in general is not about being motivated and buying right away. It's not about that. You need to be very mindful of what you're doing. It's not an impulsive buy or sell. So we will probably create our own ecosystem with TikTok. TikTok will attract the clients to us. We will talk to the client, educate the client, and then it will transfer it to our system of coordinates. And then through Edu channel or our platform or through some other landing systems, we will give more information about the product. Thank you, Nina. Indeed, the topic of financial literacy is very important, and there is a platform of TikTok for that, and thank you for being pioneers, and thank you for posting your videos that explain difficult financial concepts in a plain language. It helps people in learning more, invest more, and also become Freedom's clients. Also, then looking at adult life, so to speak, or going from adult life to schools. Our next speaker is Nariman Karabalin, founder of Jump to Mars project that has 500,000 followers already, and that is working on this category of education on TikTok, and his videos have millions of views. Nariman, please tell us how you started, where did the idea come from, and why this name for the project?
Good afternoon, everyone. At the beginning, the project was launched when everyone started going online, stopped going to schools, all the classes took place online. Then you lost a connect with teachers or students, and everybody started entertainment, being home, looking at TikTok, and just spending a lot of time on entertainment. And we saw that our brothers and sisters got really distracted. And Ulan Usena from Taldykurgan, he is a chemistry teacher, started teaching chemistry through anime, and we realized this is what the new generation needs. And so one team, we decided to build Jump to Mars. And during that time, Elon Musk said we are gonna go to Mars, we'll be there, and our first video clip was launched on the day of space, 12th of April. Elon Musk goes to Mars, and Kazakhs are already there. They built a yurt, and they're ready to talk about education. This was one of the first video clips that we have developed, and then we followed the trends because, of course, people like trends, and when we adapted education to trends, then we started creating our more specific content. That's very interesting about Elon Musk and about the name. Talking about creativity of your video clips, how do you choose the format, and how do you balance between entertainment and education to make sure the clips are both educational and entertaining? Actually, now a big amount of work is done, and we have brainstorms to decide what topics are more important and what we should focus on. We try to adapt content to a simple language. We try to keep balance in each of our scenario. So yes, we have theory, but we also have something funny. And each video clip has both educational part and entertaining part. Every teacher is in charge of some part of content. So we have English, Kazakh, language, history, geography, and also we talk about some extraordinary stories. If Newton hadn't discovered the 3 laws, what would happen? Or if we throw away all the garbage that we have accumulated, we put it all in the volcano, so things like that. We also try and offer some practical application to maintain the balance. And our content creators adapt to what is actually interesting to the viewers, to make sure there is a response and get some sort of motivation in education. The main goal of our project is to inspire people, not to educate right here, right now, but to inspire people. You can't really teach a lot of things just in one video clip if at school it takes 35 to 40 years. So we just try to motivate people and then hope that they will think it's interesting and education is a new trend, and then they, of their own will, would take it to the next level. So we just start with something small and then it grows into something bigger. I think you did amazing. That's why you have millions and millions of views. So, being a teacher to your viewers, I know in Kazakhstan you support the project Teachers of Kazakhstan, launched by the Ministry of Education. And right now, over 800,000 video clips have been developed, as far as I know. How do you assess the impact of this initiative on the development of educational content? Teachers of Kazakhstan is a great project, and we should mention that this project became a legitimate initiative. There is this media platform where teachers became visible not only in the classroom but also in the media space. But we all understand that everybody's watching TikTok in regions, in big cities. And if we look at this project, Teachers of Kazakhstan, they help each other get motivated. They explain to each other how it could have been explained from a different point of view to teachers. And every teacher contributes and explains how else it could have been taught for others. And all of that is done at a creative platform, and then of course you can split it into subtopics, and that makes the school program easier. Our project Jump to Mars, we try to help teachers share some life hacks, how we could teach it. We get inspired by teachers. We always watch the videos that get generated during this project. We borrow some ideas and we understand that maybe they did it in a different way, and basically it creates professional community of people, and then we do social network. And we can share life hacks not only within the digital content but also within the offline education. That's great. Continue on the topic of teachers in Kazakhstan and educational content. I would like to say that one of the most impressive example was Miss Tamara. She's the teacher of the Russian language, she's the winner of the teachers competitions, and I'm sure the applause that we can hear from outside can apply to her as well. She made it to the Discovery list in 2025, the list of educators. Her content is different from others. She has a new approach. Why do you think it's successful? I think you responded to that yourself. She has charisma, she has interesting content. That is her strength. When we created this project, it was the project for inspiration. It's not just to get as many views as possible, but to inspire teachers. And then this competition emerged, and we needed to fight for the viewers' attention, and this competitive space was created, and we tried to stand out. And it turns out you can do it using humor, using charisma, and most importantly, she just spoke simple language to the viewers, the language that can be easily understood. And now difficult terminology can be taught at school, and for that they have 40-45 minutes. Whereas in TikTok, you have to use simple language. When you just scroll down video after video, you don't want to listen to difficult terminology or boring story. You want to have something funny, something entertaining, something that you would understand immediately and you won't need to rewatch it again and again and again. So Ms. Tamara showed that this new format full of enthusiasm, full of charisma is something that we can use in education. So summing up and giving recommendations to teachers who would like to make educational content more popular, what would you say? Well, to begin with, try out TikTok, many people repeat each other. If you're afraid to start, just to try and repeat something that is already out there. I just try to overcome this barrier, and after that, we would say just do not be afraid of being creative. Creativity is different in different people, and again, do not be scared. Just try it out and speak simple language. Make sure that the viewers just have fun. We always try to add a little bit of humor so that our viewers are smiling. Maybe Pythagoras, and then you smile and you laugh about it, and it makes it easier. Touching the topic of future that we're discussing in this conference, how do you see the educational content? Well, with the development of AI, I think everybody will have to move in this direction because it makes creativity easier, it makes production easier. We also use AI in order to show something that was difficult to show in the past. It was difficult maybe to draw and to demonstrate, but now AI can be used for that. You can, for example, do some live demonstration. So what previously was just a verbal description, now it can be demonstrated visually. Again, if we say, if you throw away all your garbage into volcano, you would have to just use the words to describe it. But imagine if you can have a picture. And AI, of course, understand and helps us with the development of content. So there can be at least some additional visual help. Thank you very much, Nariman. Let's give him a round of applause. So we have already discussed TikTok as a creative platform for communication, and we can explain physics, chemistry. We can also discuss university initiatives. And now I'd like to ask Anastasia, Envision You. And we mentioned it several times. We as a global platform help and support in Drive to get to new geographical markets, to make sure that more people learn about InDrive. Envision You is a university that offers already 5 campuses and can train 2,000 students. How Envision You is different from a traditional university? Hello, dear friends. I'm happy to be here at this platform. I think Envision You, first of all, is different in 3 possible ways. First of all, we have free of charge education, and for a foundation, we offer scholarships. And second is that we want to bring the new generation of leaders that will help develop a new country and or their country and their community. We focus on educational program and the fact that we should develop the ability to work as a team and also develop other values. Another thing is that our graduates will develop the projects that would have a great impact on the development of Kazakhstan, and after they graduate, they will receive financial support for the next 18 months. It's a great opportunity for them. Instead of just getting a job immediately, they can focus on the development of their projects. That's just great. You said that Envision You eliminates financial barriers. What are the barriers that you believe to be the biggest for students, how they can be overcome? I believe that most barriers exist only in our head. And so students, when talking about education, miss out the fact that education can have completely different approaches and can differ from the classical way of teaching that we're used to in the post-Soviet space. Education can inspire, can bring happiness, and can help with development. This is what that we want to focus on. In this regard, talking about barriers. Right now, if we talk about education, you will see a lecturer who is just reading from a book, and then students just write it down. This is such an outdated model, because in the era of AI, it will take you just one click for ChatGPT to explain all of that to you, all the cases, etc. So such an approach just kills the curiosity and the wish to study further. So it's important to introduce AI into the process of education. Students need to be able to use it for better results. I think today we live in such a world where it's really hard to forecast what will happen in 3 or 4 years at the labor market, and we need to focus on the development of skills. Talking about skills and various level of training of students, what are the approaches to students with different levels? We have a special foundation program, and it is aimed at students from remote locations. They don't have access to high-quality education. In just 1 year, we train these guys and give them the opportunity to train in our university. We help them with English, we help them with Kazakh, with IT skills, with math, creative thinking. It's important to us that these students that are true gems in the remote village, they need to be helped, they need to be supported for the effective development of their potential. That's great. What are the results that you're seeing right now, and what are your plans for the future? Yes, I just want to say a couple more things. This year we started foundation program, and this program is aimed at guys from remote areas and some vulnerable families. All their expenses are covered in 100%. They have free of charge education, free of charge meals, accommodation, their transportation expenses are covered. They need to come to Almaty twice a year, and they have some scholarship. And thus we provide financial support. You know, you send your kid to study and you don't need to worry about that. This financial support is there throughout the whole course of education. Next year we will also launch a bachelor degree for the 5 specialties that we offer. And at the global level, we will launch 5 campuses in such countries as Nepal, Morocco, Mexico, and it will be a great international network of Kazakhstani university. So, talking about me personally, yes, what inspires you? Well, actually, being operational director of Envision U is my dream job, because our CEO is a true visionary. He's got this great vision of how business should work and how we can truly contribute and have a great impact on people's lives. I believe that I can be a part of this team that can help and can have the impact on the education and also help our students, help them be more creative, develop leadership potential, and make sure that they're happy people. This is truly valuable to me, and this is why I go to my work every day. Nastya, what about you? What about content creation at TikTok? In your professional opinion, what is the role that TikTok plays as far as educational content is concerned? You know, I have 2 daughters, they're teenagers, and of course they are the biggest fans of TikTok, and quite often they forward me videos with cats, but sometimes they send something useful as well. For example, how you can solve a math problem in a different way, not the way you were taught in school, or how one can explain in simple language some physics laws. So it becomes an additional instrument that in a short period of time will explain the whole idea. And if you want to go deeper, then you can, of course, you will need to do that independently in addition to what is offered around. So this is a great instrument in addition to the basic school or university education. And talking about school students in remote areas, right now they all have access to the internet, and that's just great because through TikTok they can see their opportunities, they can see different types of education, and they can just watch those short video clips and they can learn about math or physics. And another great initiative is EduTalk. So experts just in a short video clip can explain some important stuff, and that truly inspires us and it can make it easier to digest the information.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. So, dear attendees, dear speakers, today, as part of this panel session, we learned that TikTok is a creative platform space that will become the space where you can find something new, understand more about sciences, university programs, and become smarter and more creative. And it's an important space where each of us can learn something new, and also it's a space where we are talking about some eternal creative things, and everybody can show their skills and talents. And when we are saying that future belongs to technology, I would like to adjust that future belongs to knowledge and curiosity, that people are willing to learn something new, and let it be reflected in TikTok recommendations so that these messages will reach the users, and thus the users will learn something new. So please learn something new, be creative, and I wish you creative companies and all the best. Thank you so much.
Спрашивать у знакомых. Теперь в Каспи Travel появился новый раздел «Казахстан», где можно быстро и просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Каспи KZ. Каспи KZ сделано в Казахстане.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Здесь влюбляются, вдохновляются, начинают новый этап. Здесь свой уголок, свои люди и первые шаги. Мы хотим, чтобы таких мест было больше. Поэтому строим дома, школы, больницы, мосты, парки, стадионы. Мы строим среду для человеческого потенциала, чтобы развиваться и расти вместе. BI Group. Ваша среда для жизни, комфорта и развития. купить машину? Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет, госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Managed Connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We'll got you covered via multiple channels For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks, and more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different aim zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Here, people fall in love, find inspiration, begin new chapters. Here, you can find a place to belong, your community, and your first steps. We want there to be more places like this. That's why we build homes, schools, hospitals, bridges, parks, stadiums. We build environments where human potential can grow and flourish together. BI Group, your space for life, comfort, and growth.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, AI for Public Good, мемлекет білім беру саласы және медицина жүйесі технологиялар арқылы қалай трансформацияланып жатыр атты панельдік талқылау 10 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, AI for Public Good, how government, education and healthcare are transforming through technology will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия AI for Public Good. Как государство, образование, медицина трансформируются через технологии, начнется через 10 минут. Просим занять свои места.
Официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We'll got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks, and more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group, жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортамыз. Машина сатып алатын уақыт келді ме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
Проверим микрофоны.
Раз, раз, раз.
Let's check the mics, how you can hear us. Everything is good? Great. Oh. How are you? Oh, so let's check the mics. Okay, I hope you can hear us. Let us upload if you can hear us and see us, and let us start our panel discussion. Today we have a very interesting topic. We'll be discussing how AI is used in the public sector, and the topic of our session is AI and public good, and we'll be discussing how we are already using AI and what are the prospects for medicine, healthcare, education, foreign education, and we have gathered very interesting and experienced speakers. Let me start with you, Ibrahim. Tashim is General Director of Baybars Venture Studio, where they develop different AI products, energy and education products, and he has a huge experience. Let's applaud to him. Our next speaker is also quite experienced, so we were studying together in Nazarbayev University. Adil Kusmanov is now is the chairman of the board of Bolashak, and he's graduate of Oxford University, Nazarbayev University, and he has lots of experience in economy, public administration, and education. Let's applaud to our second speaker. Great. So our final guest, let me introduce him in Russian first, Professor Prashant Jamal. So he's professor at Nazarbayev University, and they are doing great research in robotics and rehabilitation technology. So it's an applied technology that is used in different medical facilities.
In Russian, yeah, I said that you're a professor at the NU and you're doing incredible things with, AI, robots, and everything that can be used in medicine and healthcare.
Exactly.
We will discuss that further today, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Jamal and our speakers, and let's start this panel session. На самом деле вопросов
Actually, we have lots of questions because I'm a person who is working in the cross-cutting sector, including private and public sector. I would like to ask my first question to Adil. If you have no objections, let's start with discussing what are the trends that AI is pushing forward in public administration, including analysis and modeling, because everybody is talking about AI, but we don't quite understand how it's used in public education. Thank you so much, Laura. If we look from the macroeconomic point of view, AI is a public good because according to different estimates, AI may bring up to 2 or 3% added to GDP, according to McKinsey, Goldman Sachs, and other organizations. So we need to understand how to properly implement it. If we speak about public administration, AI is influencing three aspects: productivity, personalization, and accountability. And I do believe that in Kazakhstan, in many sectors, it's implemented quite well. As an example, from, again, macroeconomic policy, so we are talking about taxation, tax policy. There is quite a good project that allows AI to compare inflation data, real inflation and statistical inflation, for example. It means that through fiscal checks, we can see the data for price growth, and AI algorithms help us clean the data. For example, in one store, potatoes are called potatoes. In others, they may be called in a bit different way. And AI may single out this data, classify, and make this model more efficient so that we could understand the reasons. From Bolashak point of view, from education point of view, it's clear that we, as many other organizations, are trying to use AI. It's not a panacea, of course, but in two areas. We use chatbots. It's quite trivial, so we have taught chatbots to use Q&A, legal database, and we are piloting it, AI Bolashak chatbot. If we use more mathematical language, then we can make some projections for Bolashak candidates, and it may also apply to NU, so that we could proactively search for candidates for different programs and make these programs more personalized. But it's longer horizon, I would say. But that's the way we are using AI now. Again, speaking from mathematical point of view, just as many speakers have said already, AI will not replace people, but it will. So people with AI skills will replace people who don't have the AI skills. That's the way how it's going to happen. And there are different mathematical models, and it took analysts about 5 hours to build a model. But now, when GPT chat 5.0 is used, it may be done within 5 minutes. And we are saying that it's making our life simpler. It accelerates the pace of life. I cannot say right now that it gives a big value added because there are arguments. So MIT research says that in American corporations, 95% investments in AI have not yet translated into big profit. So that's why we need to be very cautious. But overall, of course, it's public good, it's optimization, streamlining, and acceleration, and it's quite a big asset that may be further used and developed in this direction. Thank you. Thank you, Adil. May I ask question, additional question? And I think everybody is interested in that, not only pertaining to Bolshak programs. Do you see any prospects in screening candidates through AI? Well, there are ethical aspects that are quite important, because if it is introduced, then the personal data of candidates will be used, and they need to give their permission for that. Honestly, I cannot say that we are at this stage already, but we consider that for the near future. But anyway, the final decision will be taken by a human, because AI sometimes may commit some errors that may be done because it's working based on previous solutions that were used in its design. That's why I think that the final decision will be with a human. But anyway, AI is our good guide that we will be using, not only us. So any narrow-based programs that select, for example, presidential staff pool and others. Thank you, Adil.
Everyone says that AI is going to substitute, for for all the employees, but the reality is that AI enables a lot of things. It gives us strength, but it's not going to replace people at all. It will be people who can use AI efficiently versus those who can't. This is basically his thesis. Ibrahim, я бы хотела задать.
Ibrahim, I would like to ask the second question to you, because you are also working in education and in the venture studio. What are the prospects for AI development? So given that you are the person who are working in a VC studio, so in education, in energy, so what are the milestones that already exist and that we are striving for? Thank you. I'm happy to see everyone here. With regard to AI, our biggest asset is our young people. In Kazakhstan, so half of population are children and students, and to the left of us we have the robotics area, and we are the co-organizer of drone boxing, robo-boxing of different stands, and all of that has been done by our youth. And I can give you some cases. Kazakhstan so is the champion of the first robotics champion, and it became champion 3 times. It has never been the precedent that one team has been awarded the first prize. It was in Geneva, in the Athens and Singapore. And that's a very big achievement because these are kids from ordinary schools, mainstream schools, which do not have so much investment, but yet these kids are achieving a lot. So in education, we have lots of cases, and my friend Dana Beck at the previous session was speaking quite pessimistically, but Cardiff University, for example, has never opened any branches, but thanks to personal commitment of the Minister of Science and Higher Education, they opened a branch here in Kazakhstan. That I think that thanks to education, we will have the next unicorn because Heathcliff was a great success across the country because there are good directors, sound producers, and we are quite good at that. But also we see the new generation of entrepreneurs, and Laura is also an entrepreneur in the field of education, and so we are quite hungry, so to say, for victories. We want to learn from all of the international trends and customize them. Speaking about milestones, in school we have very good achievements in robotics, and AI will be introduced, including AI agents. And as for universities, Minister Sayasatur Bek is doing quite a lot, and he has managed to bring the entire world and all the best universities here. So that's why I'm quite optimistic with regard to our achievements in education. Yes, thanks a lot. I do agree that a lot is done in schools and universities and also kindergartens. So we discussed that after GovTech and FinTech, the next breakthrough will be in the EdTech. And the more we gain this speed, and we will not be able to be open to AI. And what you said about FIRST Robotics is just great. And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker and ask a question not about education.
Who's not from education, because both Ibrahim and Adil, they work around education, in education directly, both in the public sector and in the private sector. But to you, I have, because you are also in education, but you do things beyond that. And I really want to discuss that today because what you do is incredible. I believe that this is the future, and if we keep investing in that, in the next 10, 15, 20 years, we will see an absolutely next level of, therapists, surgeons, doctors in general. So my first question to you would be, I know that your innovations make advanced technology, right, accessible even to small clinics and small hospitals. But how do you strike the balance between expensive science, because it takes a lot of time, a lot of investment, a lot of human capital who is, able to build the necessary tech, and democratization of healthcare. So basically, how do you deliver a very high quality product, but so that it is affordable to everyone?
Thank you, Laura, and this is very nice question actually. And everybody has this question, like how come medical robots be accessible to small clinics?
Yeah.
Can be affordable. So we have created a center of excellence in medical robotics and research. That's one thing. And then we also have a startup company. It's called Robotics and AI LLP. Now, this making a balance between cutting-edge scientific innovation at the same time affordabilities, basically it's central to our idea. So what we do actually is that if I talk about the robots, I think 2026 and 2027 are going to be landmark years in Kazakhstan when we will finally come out and showcase our medical robots. So when we design and create our medical robots, they are modular, they are scalable, they are affordable. So why I'm saying is that a single robotic system can be used for more than one therapies or treatments. So that's a modular design aspect. And the other thing is, because we are producing everything here, using locally resourced components and the skills. So we are able to compete with international providers, and very soon, 2026, you would see that we'll be replacing very, very expensive medical equipment, medical robots in Kazakhstan. Like an equipment that we were previously buying for like $600,000 or $1 million, we'll be able to get it less than $100,000. It's like a fraction of that money. The other thing is coming to the AI-based platform, because other than the robots, we also work with creating AI-based platforms for medicine again, like in oncology and orthopedic research. So there again, our idea is to work with a cloud-edge combination. So we would have, the heavy computational work will be carried out by the centrally located servers, and the clinics, they would only require a secure interface access to the clinical decision support system that we create. So that's kind of idea to make it more both bringing in sophisticated technology to Kazakhstan at the same time making it affordable. Because I've visited a few clinics around, and I've seen that the medical robots they buy from British companies or from other Japanese companies, they cost 50 millions, 100 millions, 120 million tenge, right? And the same thing we can produce is a fraction of price. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. I have a follow-on question regarding the implementation, because I'm really excited about robotization of medicine. I'd love to be seen by a doctor robot, someday, hopefully soon. So what exactly do your robots do in terms of rehabilitation? Because you mentioned you do rehabilitation therapeutics, right? The robots that you create. How do they work, and do you have current pilots or trials with local clinics? And do you work with public hospitals only, or is it the private sector too?
Oh yeah, that's a nice question again, because many people doesn't know about what kind of medical robots are, right? So medical robots basically are the two kinds of medical robots that we work with. There's a rehabilitation robot and surgical robot. So the rehabilitation robot would treat disabilities. When a person becomes disabled, it's something like they have forgotten to walk. So we make them learn again to walk. We have created robotic devices, exoskeletons, that will make person walk on the treadmill and teach them to walk again. It's like a child who cannot walk. Now the parents would make them learn to walk. The same way our robots, they help these disabled people to walk again, to move their limbs again. And at the same time, we'll be coming out next year with a surgical robot, one of its kind in the entire world. It'll be the first robot in Kazakhstan that will do surgical operations for fracture reduction, like for fractured bones. So that'll be again very interesting. Yeah.
That's amazing. Спасибо большое доктору Джамвалу.
Great. Thanks a lot to Dr. Jamval, because they are doing just excellent work in robotics, and they are designing a robot for 100,000 USD, so for which so we can pay 100 or 150 million tenge. So everything is done in Kazakhstan, and so they are involving the Kazakhstani team of researchers and producing two robots for rehabilitation and for surgery, which will be implemented in clinics, and that's great. And the next question is quite tricky, and it's so let me ask it both in Russian and in English, and it's the question to each of the speakers. We are saying that we are doing a lot, so in terms of AI, but what could you do in order to change something?
One thing in government using AI, what would it be? You'll have some time to think, and I will start with Ibrahim.
Связано с AI, да, должно быть?
It should be AI related, right? Well, it's a great thing that the Ministry of Education was split into two, with the higher education and science being with Mr. Sayasat Nurbek, and now with the education for schools and for preschool education, it's another minister. We have very young generation with baby booming in the country. Many young people are born in this age, and this early childhood education is a very important thing. Actually, this is about all cognitive skills. They are formed in early ages. It's later after 3, as it's said in one book, with the like very early months after the kids are already conceived, and the preschool, early years, it's too late when kids are at high school. And all entrepreneurs should be opening kindergartens and elementary schools, million investments in the kids in grade 1. I believe it is 3 times more compared to investments at higher school. Well, how is that related to AI? I believe that the generations now, if in our era we were witnessing how internet was booming, how Wi-Fi was coming into our homes, the new generation, that's their reality. They did not know lives without internet and Wi-Fi. It's probably also making infrastructure more human-centered. We should understand that AI for the sake of AI, it's a hype, it's a fashion, but this is about centering our children, our people in the center. It's about making AI as public good. We had a lot of IT experts, high-tech leaders, but we don't listen to the teachers and sociologists who work directly with people. It's about making the human being in the center. We are actually seeing this, like new age, as Kazakhstan wants to become the digital nation in 3 years. But we should be focusing on our children, making them the center of everything. And the next generation of children should live better than we are. Well, if you had a chance to change one thing in the government, you would probably add another agency responsible for the early childhood and to make it human-centric, but about socialization, about emotions, about personal relationship. I completely agree. AI or for hype does not make any sense. We should be focusing on something which creates value but still keeps us human beings. We are social animals and we need each other for socialization.
This discussion, yes, sir.
Спасибо большое.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, it's a very difficult question. I agree with Ibrahim. Well, actually, following different studies and research, $1 invested in early education gives from 8 to 15 USD in outputs. Nobel laureates and different research shows that, and early childhood is the basis of the basis. And foundation of foundation. Going deeper into the topic of education, I would like to say that, of course, for school education, And it's also about disparity. Terminating this disparity in AI is one of the key goals. Just the ChatGPT brings to average the people who don't have any super skills. It's about sending emails and requests, but people who can use advanced things like models and everything, their productivity is increased multiple times. Even though we are in average go into the same skill, but these outliners, the higher skill people, they are performing a lot better. And this is a risk of imbalances. I believe that education and education for masses should be mitigating these risks. I agree that it should be starting with kindergartens and schools and universities. And following the president's assignment, we were one of the first countries to implement education in AI for masses. ISANA and other the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education and Science is working on that. It's also about this programs in scale at all levels of education. Together with China and the United States, we are actually working in this sphere. And as our Bolashak program, how are we impacting the situation? We have more than 50 places for AI. It is like internships for engineers in leading international companies, and the most important thing, we did that for our teachers. When we started discussing it for our teachers, we thought that this should be a basis, a foundation. And as President said, we should teach school children, and who will be teaching them? It's about teachers, it's about our educational expert and people working in pedagogics. We decided to train the best teachers, AI skills, methodology, because they will be ambassadors, they will be trainers for trainers, implementing this system in kindergarten, schools, and universities. We can train the agents. And of course, now we are training students. About 400,000 students were already trained, and on the basis of ISANA, it will be a deeper level, headed by Professor Paul Kim, and it will be deeper skills, it's entrepreneurship and other skills. And this is about education. As for the second thing, as what I would change, that's basic approach to infrastructure of data. Data infrastructure, why data is important? Because without data, there is no AI. We should be sorting them correctly, building them correctly, making the data engineering at higher quality. In several years, there will be no new data in the world. These AI models are using this data to learn. And overall data is not being created already. Corporations will be leading the future on how these corporations will be collecting their data that will impact AI development. Government, business, and education will have huge benefits if data is good. Data in terms of infrastructure, in terms of supercomputers, in terms of methodology of use. Data should not be ignored. It should be properly managed. And together with education and equality of data development, AI in Kazakhstan has a good future. That is my personal experience. Let me add here, I completely agree with you in terms of the disparity in AI or inequality in AI. That's completely true. Some people might think that it's not a significant problem, but it's growing. In 10 to 20 years, all manual professions probably will disappear. We are betting on employees who will be the major share of our human capital. But if we don't have access for people from rural areas, they stand no chance. And data is also very relevant issue. Now there is great concept when data poverty.
Countries, they fight for the data, right? And if we want to get ahead of all of them, we really need to start gathering data.
Data is the oil.
Yeah, it's the new gold, right? Data is the new gold. Yeah, so Adil made some great points, like regarding what he would do if he had a chance to change something in the government. Now it is your turn. Share your thoughts.
Thank you, everyone. Nice comments from both the other panelists. See, I've been teaching AI for past 25 years, and I can give you my genuine feedback on what's going on in Kazakhstan and the rest of the world. So I used to teach my students that every 20 years, the entire business changes, and new businesses would come up. That's something I was teaching 25 years back. Nowadays, businesses changes every year. You know, every year we have new businesses coming up. So there lies the opportunity. Likewise, there are changing scenario globally for the dominance of countries. The world is not led by US alone now, right? So things are changing globally. And what's changing the world is this data and resources, right? So what Kazakhstan government already is doing, I think it's perfect. Everything they do, such as, acquiring this supercomputer where they've got 2,000 GPUs of H200 from Dubai. This is a big deal. And then they continue to do such kind of events like Digital Bridge. I think what they can further do is to focus more on developing infrastructure. We need more of data centers in this country. Geographically, again, we will have more efficiency in having data centers in the northern region. As he said, data is gold, right? So the data is held in GPUs, so you can always say that the GPUs is basically a new possession, a new wealth these days. So a supercomputer like they have in Astana, likewise, they should create such data centers in other parts of the country as well. I think the coming era of business would be through this IT, AI, and edge computing, So it's very, very important that we have built infrastructure for this kind of change to happen. We already have a very fantastic commercialization ecosystem. See, I go out of the world, I go to many countries, and I can see their commercialization setup. And I can tell you guys that Kazakhstan has the best of its commercialization ecosystem. And so, there are, scientists and budding engineers, they're coming up with newer startups. They get support, a nice support from this ecosystem. From government side, what we need is a big infrastructure ahead of the time, more data centers, as I said, and access to these startups through those data centers.
Yeah, that's a great point. I do believe that we need more data centers, and I think we're doing, both the private sector and the public sector, they're doing an immense work in order to bring that to reality. So I think we will get there soon. And now I have a follow-up, let's say, question to everything that we've discussed so far: data privacy, implementation of AI, how it cannot fully substitute for a human, right? The risks. I wanted to discuss ethical issues with you, because I believe that in each of your like industries, there is both ethical risk and some other risk that AI can bring. For example, with Ibrahim, it's both education or other industries that you work with, right? Adil, same applies to you, and Dr. Jamal, I think it's even a bigger issue with you, what kind of risks AI can bring, because you treat patients, right? And anything can go wrong, right? So how do you tackle that? How do you tackle ethical issues, other risks that might be entailed by the AI, and risks related to, again, data privacy, algorithms, if they work wrong, what happens to the patient or to the student in Adil's case, for example, or to an edtech company, right? The robotics, for example, youth that you mentioned earlier. So what are the risks? Ethical risks mostly, data risks, and how do you guys tackle those? Понятен вопрос? Давайте я еще...
I hope you understood the question. Well, let me reiterate. We discussed a lot of things already in terms of implementation, in terms of its current progress in education, in industry, in health. Yeah, we decided that we need equality in AI, we need data centers and everything. But what about the risks? Because both in education, in other industries, in health and medicine, there are a lot of risks, ethical risks, physical risks. And for example, if it's an AI psychologist, how is that important in your sector? What are your solutions, and what is the future, Ibrahim? Well, I remembered an interesting joke. Previously, there was a dialogue. We were communicating face-to-face, human to human, and then it became a monologue. With the development of AI, we started posting stories and content, and with that, our social networks started to fade. We started to understand each other less comprehensively. Dialogue, monologue, now it's AI log. The joke is about that a wife comes to husband and she says, "Can I look at your Instagram?" And she says, "Okay, darling, can I look at your Instagram?" And she says, "Let me check your ChatGPT." And he never allows her to look at her ChatGPT. And as you were saying, psychologists, we are social animals. We are probably the best animals created by God, and everything in this world is for us. AI and everything, all the natural resources, that is for our sake. And we should not forget about it. And we should remember that we can read people forever. You like design another humanoid, it is difficult. Even though we had great this robo-boxing show, but still, we have hard skills, soft skills, existential skills, but we should actually look at the nature of human beings, what is natural for us, and not just reading for reading, data for data. Data can be used in different endeavors, or Ring, Whoop, and ours and everything. Apple Watch is reading how many steps you make, but the key thing is how you use this data. You see, whether it is for the benefit, because very often it's just about making money, commercialization, exploiting people. And another risk is of AI. Well, I believe that we are not yet using the full potential of the mission orientation. Prof orientation is no longer relevant because in our lives we will be changing professions 3 or 4 times. But we need to see where our passion and mission is. Where is this, where do you see yourself striving? Because AI will be replacing a lot of jobs.
It's like miserable, not needed, right, in the economy. И мы должны...
And we have to, why well-being topic is so important now, because the human beings and people are, for people, it does not matter whether you work in a corporation, if you have a huge salary bonus and everything. The key thing is that you feel that you are a human. And we need to understand the trajectory of people, reading this data to make it, to direct it towards the right path, that people should feel needed, because economy will be, like there will be ups and downs, and all these constant changes, people will be at loss, because the key part of the population will feel.
They don't like constant dynamic changes. However, they do happen not even day, but every hour. So that is why comfortable space should be built that requires AI regulation, because otherwise we will open Pandora's box, because different algorithms change our perception, and that's something that really needs to be regulated. That's very much in brief. Thank you. Okay, that's a very comprehensive issue regarding risks, and I would like to reiterate that it's data privacy. That AI has inherent risks for disclosing personal data, but it does not mean that we understand it quite clearly, because it may be a latent issue. But I think that privacy will always be an issue. But I do hope that with each next step of development, it will be better and truly integrated, but yet, so this is our new reality, and we understand that different causal relations will also be incorporated in NI, so the ones that we demonstrate in our behavior. From the point of view of risks, I think what is important to understand is that AI is, if we look at it from this angle, it's a kind of big matrix, big model, neural network, and probably people need to be aware of the fact that AI should be a tool, should be an assistant. It should not and cannot replace a human being. And the world is so complicated that there is no model that can predict everything. There are lots of cases from our life that we can give. For example, tax rates have been increased, and it seems that tax revenues should grow, but it's not necessarily true. The world is not linear. However, the models are not linear either, but the world is even less linear. So therefore, people should understand that AI is just a tool, an assistant, and if we all perceive it as a big matrix of figures, of rows and columns, then we would be able to somehow mitigate these risks. Because in fact, it's a model that can bring you to some output with better chances, and that's the way we should perceive it. And also what I want to say about AI use in the future, probably AI should be taught to be able to prohibit some people to use it, because a person is creating some prompts, and if AI sees that this prompts is bringing it into some unethical field, AI may tell this person, oh, kindly relax, take a break, and come to me back tomorrow, because those people who do know how to use it and who have spent their 10,000 hours not to study AI itself, but some basic sciences and some spheres, they are demons who will really make a breakthrough. That is why, for those minds who are not quite prepared, AI should set some limits. For example, there have been cases when kids were using AI and it affected some cognitive skills. That is why future AI development would require very proper regulation from ethical point of view, inequity, reducing inequity, protecting privacy, and again, no AI may replace standard 10,000 hours that a person should spend to study this or that sector. I do believe in that. Thank you, Adil, for such a good response.
Your opinion on this?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question actually, and I can answer this, from my research and medicine background in just 2 words. In just 2 words means like augment and judgment. So what AI should do and what it should not do. So the AI is here to augment, to augment our work, our treatments, but AI is not here to make medical judgments. So when it comes to the robots that we create for rehabilitation, for instance, our aim is that a therapist should be able to treat more than 10 people at the same time using robots. The therapist is treating patients and still not getting tired, right? And the treatment improves. So that's the objective. So AI should help us in, augmenting our treatment. For instance, we do research in computer vision. There we're trying to create, let's say, artificial radiologists or artificial pathologists. Now, we are not here to replace these radiologists and the pathologists. AI is here to augment it. You'll be surprised to know that in the entire country, in Kazakhstan, there are only there were 28 pathologists. Now there are 29 pathologists because one of my PhD students has become a registered pathologist.
You mean in the whole country?
In the entire country.
Only 29?
It's only 29 oncopathologists I'm talking about. Oncopathologists, these are the pathologists who would work with cancer data, right? So just 29 pathologists working with the entire country in the entire other zones, just not Astana Almaty. It's not sufficient, right? They need support. They need support from technology, right? Likewise, radiologists, again, they're very few. So the aim is to augment them. What we're trying to do is go through the scans from MRI or CT scans or other kind of results. Our system should be able to process it, do the segmentation, feature extraction, do some logical conclusion, go on maybe try to reach to a conclusion, and then eventually using many agents in AI, we call it agentic AI, it should eventually print a report that a radiologist would write. But then this is just an augmentation. Then it has to go to a radiologist. He has to go through it, check it, and then approve it. So definitely, as I said, the answer could be just 2 words, augment and judgment. But it can further be explained in the context of medicine as I've explained. The same goes for other fields as well. When I was a child, it's very interesting. When I was 10 years old, I saw television first time in my house. And then I thought maybe this would change the entire thing because people can come to you, enter your house and can talk to you on screen, right? And it would replace maybe teachers, many things, but it hasn't happened. We are still there. So yeah, the same going to happen with AI too, I suppose. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jamal. Давайте, наверное, подведем логическое...
Thank you so much. Okay, let's bring our session to some logical conclusion. Thanks to all the participants, and we've had a very productive discussion where we understood that a lot is done in the AI field for public institutions in education, health, and so other sectors, and this trend will be growing because it's enjoying a lot of support, and we understand that AI is not about a replacement but rather about augmentation, as Dr. Jambal said. And thanks a lot for today's discussion. Thank you.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, білім беру саласындағы жасанды интеллект, жекелендіруден білімді бағалауға дейін атты панельдік талқылау 10 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, AI in Education, from personalization to knowledge assessment, will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats.
Get the most out of your satellite experience.
Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия ИИ в образовании от персонализации до оценки знаний начнется через 10 минут. Просим вас занять свои места.
Of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
В Казахстане так много невероятно красивых мест, где можно отдохнуть. Раньше для этого нужно было искать информацию в интернете, спрашивать у знакомых. Теперь в Каспи Travel появился новый раздел «Казахстан», где можно быстро и просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Каспи.кз. Каспи.кз. Сделано в Казахстане.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Здесь влюбляются, вдохновляются, начинают новый этап. Здесь свой уголок, свои люди и первые шаги. Мы хотим, чтобы таких мест было больше. Поэтому строим дома, школы, больницы, мосты, парки, стадионы. Мы строим среду для человеческого потенциала, чтобы развиваться и расти вместе. BI Group. Ваша среда для жизни, комфорта и развития.
Знак енді естілді да. Саламатсыздар ма? Қош келдіңіздер. Біз бүгін EdTech бойынша қазақша сессия өткізейін деп жатырмыз. Біріншіден панель мүшелерінің атынан бүкіл оқытушыларға және оқу саласында жүрген біздің мамандарды бүгінгі ұстаз күнімен құттықтағым келіп отыр.
Dear guests, I would like to congratulate everyone on the Teachers' Day, and so when you talk, kindly switch off the mics. Our speakers are specialists in EdTech. So first of all, Oskar Bolat. So he is one of the founders of Darin Online and Kalan application. Also, so one of the Oscars, another Oscar is participating. We have two Oscars, Oscar Maksatuli, and also Gabit Bek Ahmetov. He is founder of Maruf Education Trust and author of books and research, and so also author of fiction, as well as Bolat Asham, technical director and co-founder of EdTech startup We Global AI. So I would like to ask the first question to Oskar. So AI in this society is not quite well understood or perceived, so there is a wrong perception of artificial intelligence. Could you kindly explain how AI may be used in which sectors? So I would like to say that I have my own business, and what AI has provided me with in my business in the sector of education, schools, private schools, online education, about 50% of turnover is paid to the teachers. For example, if a teacher has some criteria that they may teach a certain number of students, and automation technologies allow one teacher to teach 100 students online, and that's our big achievement, and we want to keep that level of quality, but also achieving the figure of 300 students. And if one teacher is able to do it with the same level of quality, that would be just great. So I used to have 50 teachers, but now so 50% of teachers, but now it's only 3% of teachers in my turnover, and we have strong R&D teams, and we invite strong specialists from abroad, and I had this kind of changes, and so at the beginning, we were supposed to increase the number of students and decrease the number of teachers, because there was this disproportion at the beginning. So, and for example, if I employ 50 teachers, but across Kazakhstan there are 30,000 students, and so this is thanks to artificial intelligence, because it helps us streamline our processes. At about 30% of processing is done by AI. Here we provide very prompt support. And so this is the first aspect, that AI helped us to save a lot. So it did not decrease the number of teachers, but increase the number of students that one teacher may provide training for. Second area is personalized teaching, learning. We have coding through insulin spans. So this is the data so that we use to put together a database. And for example, if there is a request, we actually started with 8th graders, and if so a student should be in the 8th grade, but they lag behind. So then what do we do? AI is screening this person and creates a customized training. So therefore, we are developing this area quite well to create personalized training. And this is our R&D team and data scientists who did this work, and that's what we implement in our projects. Thanks a lot. I am ready to respond to more questions. Okay, we have another Scar. I would like to ask him. So, Kalan is a B2C, but you're working with schools, right? Thank you. So Darin Online has been in operation for several years, and 90% of our income comes from B2C, and only 10% is personal. And we have certain panels, products for specific panels, and in 23 and 24, we were closely working with the government, and in 2024, we got interested in foreign markets. We started working in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and we have a phenomenon, Kazakh speaking audience. And we have such a phenomenon that so we have a Kazakh-oriented platform that proves to be quite efficient. So could you provide your comment? So was it the same process for AI? Yes, initially we designed in Kazakh, so the entire contents were made in the Kazakh language. So about 20,000 video lessons we prepared, and if you look through this, all of these lessons, so you will require a lot of years. About 8 terabytes of data has been collected about students. And we are using this data for the synthesis of artificial intelligence. What I want to say regarding AI, that Kazakhstan and other countries are at the same level, and I don't think that any country can say that they start their morning with AI and end their day also with AI. No, this is not the case, obviously. And since 2024, when we started working in other markets, we can say that Kazakhstan is more developed. About 80% of students are trained online, and again, students have a chance to learn some additional skills and knowledge through AI. In other countries, it's around 30%. And also we need to understand that many companies have traditionally have provided traditional, conventional learning, and they ended up having a disaster. So they understood that conventional learning process is now leading to losses rather than profit. That is why online learning process is so well developed now.
And I would agree with Oscar. We've noticed that when kids talk to AI, they can actually identify that at once. ChatGPT wouldn't be, they don't need any kind of aggregators. With AI, with ChatGPT, they can actually send direct prompts. Therefore, with the ChatGPT, for example, or whether any other AI, if we bring that into our system, this is about using LLM models compared to the using human resources became more expensive. Therefore, we have special supervisors, mentors, and we use AI just as a tool to provide information to mentors and supervisors. For example, we have about 10,000 students we have teachers who supervise them, and the teachers have 300, 400, 200, 300 students at once. And we test all these children. We know what their strengths are, and for the using AI, and as a benefit of using it is that bring to the end of the course. For educational companies, it is very important to bring all the students till the end of the course, so basically without any dropouts. It's also about knowing the specific expectations, and also it is about reminding what the final goal is. It's also about giving information and always raising awareness. And using AI, we were able to actually, we use AI for timely notification, and AI assists us with that. For the use of AI, another is about for school teachers. We have special applications for that, and for school teachers, it's 40 hours a week. 20 of them are for preparation to the lessons, and the 20 hours of reading lectures, and it's about teaching hours. For the presentation, for everything, they have 20 hours to prepare. So basically, this is what we actually do. This is our in-house product. But it's also about learning from the external sources as well. I would also like to add, you asked why Kazakh language technologies are evolving in Russian language or in Kazakh language. EdTech is from the ministry side. There were good decisions made during the COVID times. It wasn't just putting one government platform and to put all the effort and all the eggs to this platform. But there was freedom and flexibility. For example, Darin decided to pursue this area, and therefore competition is quite good. And it was a good kick start. And the COVID played a key role in development of EdTech. In Uzbekistan, for example, they did not reach such progress, because in Uzbekistan, online platforms were not prioritized. They decided to have just one unified platform, and that kills competition. And Ashat Aymagambetov, minister back then, he made a very good decision. He said, this is a platform, use it, start, do, and act. Even though the ministry is not helping, at least it was not, putting barriers. It was not standing on our way. And I believe now we are enjoying this fruits. And for Gabit, you are for our dessert. You are the tech city, ML or LLM models. What are the types used in EdTech in terms of the technology, and what is the difference between them in your project? Before going directly to our project, I would like to elaborate on EdTech. My name is Bolat. I am in this sector for quite a long time. There was a model named AlphaGo. It was for the Go, and that was a championship where for the neural networks and everything. But before that, they were available already in 90s. But there was an AlexNet model. This was a model, and it was actually winning 15 to 20% back then. But on an annual basis, the growth was 2 to 3%. But this time it was a breakthrough of 20%, and now we have different neural networks. It is like a black box. There are a lot of topics fed into it, and it is about self-training of this model. Therefore, it's probably already some kind of an AI, but what is the model we were thinking about back then were not yet available, and probably they won't be available in the nearest proximity. And before that, if we look at Tony Stark, and they developed everything so beautifully, and at the end they add this ball which gives energy, and it was an LLM. Before that we had pet models. It's people never grasp what is the purpose of that, but GPT-3 was announced in 2020, and in 3 years they were able to reach the current level of like this instant responses to all the prompts. Well, EdTech, and why we are using models in EdTech. For ChatGPT, for example, a good thing about it is that it can actually use good wording for your thoughts. That's a key function of it. It's like an agent. But what are we given to chat is about us, is about what we want to give. It's not a magic, it's a big model, and it's a trained model. So there is a kind of a probability used. There is not a specific answer to that. It's all about probabilities. And it will always acknowledge your thought, saying like, yes, you're right. It will never contradict you. For the global AI, it's not a long time that we are around, but in the past 2 years, we are having 8 schools as our clients. It's psychology, professional orientation, and also social pedagogist principle for the head teacher functions are performed by AI. We fed in all this data, and then AI is learning while it is evolving. We do the data collection, and it's like we collect data in order to improve our system. And then we use this data to generate a product, to develop a product. And data collection is something evolving. We have just a small model. It's not ours, but we borrowed it from the external sources, small LLMs. And after data collection, when we've collected all the data, then we start big data collection. We start gathering private data of our students, and in order to help them, we are assisting them from all sides. And in order to address our problems, we can use our technology. If we won't be able to collect this data, then students won't be able to receive timely assistance and support. That is the area we are currently working on. Well, for T9, so anybody knows T9? Do you remember this autocorrect? It gives the next word, next guess. And ChatGPT is like autocorrect. So judging by first letters, it will be thinking about next word you probably are thinking about. Sometimes AI, when it's said that ChatGPT, it's that it's intelligent or smart. For me, it's like an insult, because it never actually gives you correct answer. AI and technology, this is used for the development of EdTech. And our guys start working on that. And when you talk to ChatGPT, you cannot just become an expert in the specific subject matter. We have traditional upbringing. We have some DNA codes embedded into our bodies. And if we look at our philosophy as well, for physics, for math, you are a leader in this subject matter areas, and I understand that there are quite a few achievements in 2021. In my novel Barsak Elmes, I was actually referring to that. Return of the Nomads. Probably it was my first novel about AI. Back then, I was actually researching AI in Cambridge, and my novel was published back then. And it is about Pugachev and AI. That's for all the nomads who were living back then. This is about collecting all this data by Pugachev, and now this data is collected by ChatGPT. It's like decentralized GPT. And we had to develop a centralized ChatGPT to stand against it. In terms of energy, it was using a lot of power. So basically, it's why we need nuclear power plants. That's what my novel was about. And the training programs, I believe we will quite a few of them. They can be prepared via special training. They can be evolved. And for the technological use, it's quite clear. From the methodological point of view, it's also quite simple. But here, what is very challenging is to motivate. For example, there were the royal family. There were also kids of the rich people and aristocracy. They did not want to be educated in Kazakh steppes. Of course, technology is a good thing, but the saying that we will be completely reforming educational sector, it's not going to happen. In order to motivate our children in education, we have a lot of books, but for that we need a desire, a discipline, and AI is not only about a tool for education. It should be also used as a platform in our schools. What is happening there, even if the best teachers are going to educate our kids, but for that children we will also have underachieving children. I don't believe that AI will resolve all our problems in education, but again, it's about adjustment, it's about adaptability from teachers. Probably we will see some mentorship developing for the many red tape things. That's where we will probably be more efficient, or if they develop personally when there is a private time. And here, with the assistance of technology, with the technology we cannot develop if we don't understand the source coming from the nomads. Now we will have digital nomads, but it never disappeared. All this assets like an apartment or anything else, but now digital nomads what are they going to do? In the United States and everywhere, this is such a new trend, new fashion with to keep assets in cryptocurrency. Therefore, they can actually live nomadic lives. They don't have real estate anywhere. For example, Pavel Durov yesterday said that he has all his accounts offshore. That's why he can easily move from one country to another. Such people do not have one place of residence. I am a romantic. I'm an optimist. In terms of education and AI, probably Kazakhstan or all our society, in our society, if we can have a transformation in education, probably we won't be seeing any problems with AI, especially with the personalized education. You know, I believe even the format used at schools will be changing. And for every child at his or her own speed, at his or her preference, they will be actually performing as they can, at the best, as best as they can. So, and for the testing, for the control, it's about personalized. And if there is one way to ensure that kids are not using any tools in order to cheat the system, then teachers will have more time. It's more about mentorship. It's more about being supervisors. But for the academic knowledge, these programs and platforms or AI assistants, they can actually handle that. That's already the age we're living in. And as our president mentioned just recently, digitalization of education in schools is about that. 100% not being afraid of pursuing this sector. Kazakhstan should become at the top globally if we transform education, if we use edtech as much as possible, if we become the model. I believe it will be a huge revolution in the area of education. That's great. Thank you very much. Well, my second question is more about business, is more about entrepreneurship. Well, what I noticed a phenomenon that our ed tech models, they look like a good export opportunity. Why our ed tech, some of them are even better, or at least not worse than the edtechs of some advanced countries, developed countries. Compared also to our neighbors, we are quite advanced with our edtech. And Oskar, if you can comment on that. Well, I believe that this is about legacy. Well, starting from the 2nd century, we are located at the Silk Road. Whether it's Islam, if it's Christianity, if it's other religions, culture, and tradition, we actually we've seen a lot. And people with Kazakh DNA, we are very agile. We are quick learners. We are quick with adaptation and adjustment. When I lived abroad, when I was educated abroad, that's what I noticed. When we are sitting here and we call each other Asike, we still understand. We are two Oskars here. And if you call me Asike, you know who you're referring to. But in any other countries, it's about explaining that Asike, who is Oskar, and whose surname is Maksatuli, for example. But we are very agile, and we are very quick to adapt. It's also about the latest 100 years, we are all out there. We are not afraid, and that's actually something which taught us to be bold, to be brave. Previously, some things were perceived as not viable, but now they are here. Impossible is nothing right now, and that was a great advantage. For the business perspective, if we look in a modest terms, 20 million people of population, it's both strengths and weakness.
So 20 million people is both our advantage and disadvantage, because so we understand that there is a kind of ceiling in Kazakhstan and it's necessary to go abroad. And also, so you can also develop in the business by creating a new niche here, but also by entering foreign markets. And so when we do a project, so we test it in Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan is always open for that. And once we have piloted, so we can go to foreign markets. And that's the reason why we go to foreign markets. We have lots of startups, and it's our advantage. Because in the market of Kazakhstan we are developing, and so once we have developed in our market, so we need to go beyond, and that's quite a simple response that I could provide. And I would like to add that in 2017, the format was established when so there were some arguments so there haven't been any changes. So it's this system at the international level, and so we were trained so based on the previous systems, but once AI is introduced, so perhaps it makes a change to drastically change, to introduce some drastic changes, and so there are changes that so we need to apply, and so because this is the system that used to help in the field of education and that we relied on, but now it's AI revolution, and we should understand that AI novelties require some testing, piloting, and while piloting, a number of questions arise. So it's a kind of professional and amateur boxing. The same with national testing. So our students through AI, so just we understand that they may make a kind of breakthrough. So as the previous speaker said, that AI is used at school now. Usually all the information is created by foreign companies and based on foreign language platforms, and all of that data should not be applied directly. At the high level, we need to apply big data and involve good specialists who would customize, so we cannot directly apply this foreign-based data. So in my opinion, the issue of upbringing is very important, because if AI educates our children, it may lead to big problems. And sure, it collects a lot of information in the form of data, but we need to understand that there may be other problems if we keep sticking to the older principles. But then what kind of adaptation do we need? Because again, if we only rely on AI, this may not be rectified. So why we open a new ministry, AI and digitalization ministry? So it may look as if we want to have some hype, but if to consider it from fundamental point of view, so when we did research on mining and bitcoins in Cambridge, so we realized that Kazakhstan is third biggest country for mining. So our so thanks to our energy sources, we became one of the main players in mining, and the entire capacity in mining may be transformed into GPT chat. Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg. So why Mark Zuckerberg was invited? So because they were saying we don't have energy, we don't have capacity, and it's important to develop AI, but we don't need enough energy for that. So therefore, at this particular moment, the AI infrastructure and the way we look at it is similar to perception of oil in our epoch. If yeah, so just we can consider that we may be considered one of the biggest players on the international arena, and given that we have this nomadic style, so we were the first so to tame the wild animals, and we should not lose the pace, and it may be one of the biggest chances for us. We should not remain just a user or consumer, but we should develop creativity. We always keep saying that we are a creative nation, and I should say that this is something that should be properly implemented. And also, I would like to add to what our speakers have said, that it's not us, but rather our children in the AI Olympiad took the 4th place. It means that out of 20 million Kazakhs, so we have managed to defeat 1 billion people China. And this is showing our energetic and natural potential, which is quite high. And Asghar, I would like to add that I often criticize the government, and somewhere in the 2000s, there were some wrong decisions taken, but within the past decade, Kazakhstan took a very good decision to channel resources into AI. I have been the student of Danabek, and in somewhere around 2010, a new university started to be established with the IT focus. And when I approached young people and asked them what you are doing, and I was so proud to hear that. It was a very proper decision that was taken by Kazakhstan some 10 years ago or so, and we managed to boost the launch of startups and became a technological leader as well. And another good solution related to AI, so previously we didn't have infrastructure and we had insufficient GPO capacities, but still we did have models even from the 90s, but in order to input the data, so we needed infrastructure. And why we are booming now? Because of this developing infrastructure. And in the past years, our government started responding to changes quite promptly, and that's just great. I do believe that during the next 5 years, there will be lots of new AI-based projects. I do believe in that. And here we've been discussing changes related to AI in the education, because I myself come from the field of education. And therefore, the issues that Kazakhstan faces in the sector of education still, so we have some differences from other countries in education. In Korea, they do have infrastructure, quite a lot of infrastructure and teachers, but their population is decreasing. They have a big mortality rate, and their demographic rates are going down. However, in Kazakhstan, the infrastructure is not sufficient, and at schools, secondary schools, we have 3 shifts or even 4 shifts. It has never been the case before. We have insufficient number of teachers, and we see booming birth rates at the moment. So therefore, if we manage to address the challenges, we will be able to become a unicorn that will be able to be better than others. As for expansion of foreign markets, yes, if we describe our local circumstances, that the number of students is growing and not enough infrastructure at schools, but still we can transform these minus into plus. Yes, we do have some minuses, but yet we can bring technology here, and I would like to reiterate that we should not be afraid, and all the technology should be incorporated into the school curriculum. So in the field of education and technology, I do believe that we can be leading. And that is why we should not just sit in one place and focus on negative thoughts, but rather we need to have a positive vision and I believe that in the coming 5 years, about 2 trillion will be invested in AI, and all our young people should be developing based on AI skills, because so we need to develop in foreign markets, and we need to develop our own products and develop our entrepreneurship, because Kazakhstan has a huge potential. So when we go to other countries, we can compare and see that we have a very good capacity. But we should not be afraid. We need to overcome our fears. And by doing that, we'll be able to become a leading country. Yes, indeed, when we were introducing AI, first we were controlling it and thought that by controlling it, we'll be able to develop ourselves. But at the same time, we may become slaves of AI. And here, of course, we have private data, and privacy, protecting privacy is a really big challenge, because our personal data is a kind of basis for AI, and in that sense it should be controlled. In Europe they have GDPR, and including so words and pictures of kids, and so when you use that, we need to understand that it should be legally protected. So because if this data is so appears in the system, so then it will be there. So, and we use foreign systems. We download files, and we share these files. And you know that in the 90s, so we gave away all our oil extraction infrastructure to the foreign investors, and something similar we are doing right now, because we are using foreign-based systems, and we need to help our startups, and we should not repeat that mistake from the 90s. We need to share the data only with our companies, and again, if these companies go abroad, we need to clearly understand that we need to have traditional companies with our traditional hospitality, having the Kazakh spirit, and that's something that we need to develop, to design, and therefore it should be not just a nomad, but technology driven nomad, so to say. I would like to say that I worked in South Korea for 10 years, and in terms of demography, no matter how much investment is made in demography, it cannot be helped. And in Korea, they do have this problem. So the fact that we are developing from demographic point of view is very good. And I think that we need to develop in that direction in the future. Thanks a lot to everyone. Our time is almost up, and so let EdTech develop further, and we need to stick to each other so that we would develop hand in hand. Thank you so much.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, бағдарламалау және жасанды интеллект бойынша халықаралық жарыстар мүмкіндіктер әлеміне жол атты панельдік талқылау 10 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызды алыңыздар.
Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, International Competitions in Programming and Artificial Intelligence, Gate to a World of Opportunities will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия «Международные соревнования по программированию и искусственному интеллекту. Путь в мир возможностей» начнется через 10 минут. Просим занять свои места.
Managed Connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you. Stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свой...
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар. Бағдарламалау және жасанды интеллект бойынша халықаралық жарыстар. Мүмкіндіктер әлеміне жол атты панельдік талқылау 1 минуттан кейін басталады. Өтінеміз, орындарыңызға өтіңіздер. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, international competitions in programming and artificial intelligence, Gate to a World of Opportunities will begin in a minute. Please, take your seats. Дамы и господа, панельная дискуссия «Международное соревнование по программированию и искусственному интеллекту. Путь в мир возможностей» начнется через 1 минуту. Просим вас занять свои места.
Можно говорить.
Тест.
Бір мезетте тек бір қызыл жанып тұру керек. Мен сөйлеп жатсам өшіресіздер.
Please don't forget to turn your mics off if you're not speaking. Good afternoon. Just now, at the previous session, similarly to the previous one, we have a new session. My name is Danabek, and now it is about the sports in programming and competitions. And this is a session dedicated to that topic. Well, let me put a couple of words for the introductory purposes. For the Olympic Games, the slogan is "Participation is more important than winning." Do you know that? Participation is more important than a victory or a winning. But in many sports, it's not really true. For example, if you are into sports for 10 years and then you do not become an Olympic champion or world championship, or even football, for example, English Premier League or Premier League in Spain, if you don't become a champion, you might face some difficulties. For example, in Kazakhstan, top 10 football players are probably making sufficient money, but for others, they cannot earn their living playing football. But for the sports programming, for the programming as a sport in such intelligence competitions. It is, like, even if you don't become a world champion, but if you participate, you will develop your knowledge, your experience, and next time it might be an additional benefit for your career, additional line in your CV. And it might enable you to reach some big wins in the future, because it is enriching. Well, and considering all of that, all this context, we would like to discuss some prospects and some path in this area. Well, let me first of all introduce my distinguished speakers. Parasat is one of the participants of this panel session, two-time ICPC finalist. He showed amazing results at this competitions. Timirlan Satulkhanov is a coach of the national team of Kazakhstan in competitive programming. And for this competitive programming, he is one of the leads in that, and back in his time he also was a winner of International Olympics in the math and other subject matters, and he showed some really great results in his professional endeavors. And this year we have we made some global noise. Kazakhstan became number 4, Russia was number 1, second was Poland, number 3 was India, and number 4 was Kazakhstan. China is behind us for this competitive programming. And the head of this team, and also the teacher from the FISMAT school, our coach. Now we also have Yildan, a very big professional, and he is currently working as AI engineer, previously a software engineer. And back in time, he also participated in such competitions. Let's start with Parasat. Why you decided to go for it? How did it start for you? Well, thank you. I would like to thank all the participants. My name is Parasat. I am in programming as a sport for 7 years already, in competitive programming. And 7 years, the highest achievements at international levels. I am two-time ICPC finalist, and I was also a member in the Kazakh national team when I was a school student. Well, you cannot participate more than 2 times as a ICPC finalist, but it is an enriching experience. About the CV, of course, it's quite obvious. In addition to that, it's also about networking. If we start with the CV, for example, well, it's not just an official form, but in general terms, AI or blockchain, if it's about 10 companies sending you letters inviting you to have an interview, and even if you are not a subject matter expert in the area, but if you can prove that you're good in programming, they already are interested in headhunting you. So this is number 1, and number 2, it's about discipline. It is about sports, and it's about improving your competitive programming skills. And companies, they will be interested in you, and the expectations are actually true, because you can do whatever is required from you, because it's a great base for the further improvement of your skills from the career, from the professional career perspective. Well, it's for the competitive programming in terms of the career endeavors, it's not, at once. But again, you are one of the top-notch specialists. And if you want to, if you want to improve your skills, industry is separate from the Olympics. You can get an offer that easily, but then you need to prove that you are worth it. Well, in order to become a senior, of course, you need to put a lot of efforts to that. Becoming a junior is not that difficult after competitive programming. Well, Timlan, the question is for you, since you are a coach, and can you elaborate on how to get your students ready? For example, referring to the football again, when I ask football coaches, they're asking, and it is about gymnastics or judo before children reach the age of 8. But what is about competitive programming? How early to start? Does it matter if it is an intrinsic talent or not? And how to actually understand that your child is good at it? Well, there are different conditions for different children, but mostly, especially for the beginning, it's better to start with logics, because competitive programming is mostly about logic, and grade 6 and 7, it's better to work hard on logic, and at grade 8 to start programming. So it is starting from grade 8, yes, mostly. It's mostly the secondary school. And what is the workload for kids? What should they be doing and focusing on? Of course, in the beginning, it is good to have a coach working together, getting trained 3 times per week is enough, but it's of course putting a lot more time into that if kids decide to go for it. It's a daily job. It's a daily routine. Well, the next question, can you please turn your microphone off? Yes, Kuanish, the question is to you, being the coach of the national team of Kazakhstan in AI. You are also an organizer and also member of the team, and this is a new topic. Can you elaborate on that a little bit in more details? What the foundation required for that? What is the training and basic knowledge? If you can share your perspective. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'm not the only coach. We had a team of coaches. We had a huge team to achieve some results in this Olympics. I was on the stage, of course, but others put enormous efforts into that. I would like to thank the whole team for their amazing efforts. We were one big team. We worked hard, and we were able to enjoy the fruits of our efforts and labor. This was the 3rd year. It's just a new subject matter for Olympics. And why? I believe that one of the reasons why we were able to win, what is our secret, is that we started early. When we decided to go for it, to participate in that, we started looking at the coaches, and some teams, they started just a month before the Olympic, and our kids, they were already deep in that topic. We started 1 year in advance. Out of 100 students, we were able to select 8. And since we started very early, and since they were competing a lot, yes, it was quite a challenging Olympics. Kids were, from one side, it is sports, cyber sports. It's about coding, but at the same time, it is a model. It is about proper architecture, about functionality of the model, and it's actually about proper computing and developing model, and then the model is actually then tested how good it is in reading. For This year it was about 60 nations participating. Next year I believe it will be even more. It is an evolving sector and topic. Thank you very much, Ildan. If you can also share about your journey and what's the most useful and beneficial, what other advantages of participating in such Olympics. Well, good afternoon. My name is Ildan Abdrashim. I worked for Apple Intelligence lately in their Apple Intelligence project. Before that, I worked in Microsoft, and before that, I worked for Logam company. And during all that time, it is about being a programmer. And first of all, my key advantage is the knowledge base. Like this foundation of knowledge I had. As Tamerlan, as Parasat, I wasn't finalist at the Olympics, but still, my knowledge base was sufficient in order to get headhunted by Microsoft and Apple, also Meta, Amazon, Google invited me. But to become a senior, it's not only about the competitive programming, it's also about the system design and other subject matters. But if you have all the strengths, it is about like rule that you need to be also having good knowledge base in addition to the competitive programming. It is about continuous growth and upskilling. It's about coding. If then you can become a very knowledgeable specialist. As for the competition itself, yes, it is very helpful. It's about structuring your thinking. It is about, like how you put your thoughts in order. Second, it's teamwork. In big companies, it is all about teamwork. It's about your ideas and your thoughts and how you communicate that to your team. And number three, it's also about the structure of data and the basic structure. Well, if you are currently a student at school or at the university, first and foremost, you should be focusing on C++ and other algorithms, develop your knowledge base. I believe that Kazakhstan is developing in a right direction: math, fundamental algorithms, AI-driven education, and machine learning, all this the data structures and all the data which is serving as a foundation for machine learning. We need to understand these fundamentals, and that is very important. So my recommendation to you would be competitive programming, and number two, it's about math, because in the future, both for the software engineering and machine learning engineering, you can be very quickly growing in that. First of all, I was software engineering, but then with ML, I worked in Microsoft and I dedicated my time mostly to ML. Apple, Microsoft, Google, but all of them are foreign companies, and you work mostly abroad, right? Them in the HQs of these companies. But since you mentioned math, I would like to ask another question. Tamerlan's question is to you. You were a mathematician, and you had a medal in a math competition. At least you were close to that. I'm a law. Well, I am sorry. I am. I'm a little bit confused because I'm confusing you with Kanat, your sibling. How did you decide to go from math to competitive programming? From grade 9, yes, I was focusing on math. And at the university, at the first year of my program, I started this competitive programming, and I really liked it because it was very like similar to math, similar logic. It's about putting digits into the code, and I was really excited about that. Well, thank you very much. And now, Parasat, just one question. I would like to ask you for the community, like we have our own communities, and for the competitive program, and in particular for the semifinals, for the finals, we have our students participating there. And from which companies are they getting any job offers? Do you have any statistics about that? Because you have all this, like all these connections. If you have any information about that, well, not sure. But if you don't know English, you are already not going through the funnel. Like you are filtered out. You should be coming, like out of this big mass of minions. As for the companies, it's Huawei, Hong Kong-based company. Huawei is. But still, probably not everybody knows that Huawei is number 2 globally in terms of R&D. And in Hong Kong, in Shanghai, in Russia, for example, some of these people are there, but there are some aspects, some nuances. So generally speaking, if you are a finalist in Olympics, that's not really true that you will be, like very well demanded everywhere. But still, it's a good opportunity. But it is just step one. It is huge potential, but it does not undermine hard work required to get to the next level. Well, I also started with math. At grade 5, 6, 7, I was working on math. From grade 8, I was working on programming and computing. And yeah, I was also participating in math Olympics. Well, we see that it's just coincidence, or do you think that anybody can be trained to become very good at programming? Like who is the greatest chess player among women? Popper. It's about environment. It's about your community. For example, since my older brother and older sisters were actually participating in all these competitions, I learned from them, and they were mostly in math competitions. First and foremost, that is about environment. And also about, like if it is like a family business, when the older sibling goes into competition, and it's all about chess or anything else, like the best chess player in history. So all three of them, and the Polgar, the youngest, Judith Polgar. Yes, Judith, she was the best. And with Judith Polgar, father, he decided to make all his girls genius, and he developed his own educational program. Yes, it's very similar what I wanted to say.
Yes, indeed. My brother was also doing maths. Since my early years, I was already showing interest in math. And yes, perhaps because of that, it was easier for me to come to this stage where I am now. I didn't have any siblings. I'm the only kid in my family. But I was in the environment of strong masters. Idols, for example, and I often visited them. It was a 3-room apartment, and sometimes I stayed nights there. And honestly, I was asking them to give me some maths tasks. So I wasn't Olympiad finalist, but I was doing programming at university, and my school and university level was sufficient for foreign companies. Now many people are not learning English, and it's not good because some of the finalists could not be successful through the interviews just because they were not fluent in English. Therefore, English is a must. So all of the IT specialists should be capable skilled in the 3 areas that I mentioned. Cornish, the question to you. So the Olympiad finalists, so they graduated from which schools? So they were trained in schools that already had champions, right? How is that possible to scale up and other talents that we have in other regions? So how is it possible to scale up? Okay. KTL was not involved. I'm not sure whether they are here, but up to 8. So it was very difficult to reach the level of those 8 kids. But what is possible is to implement a lesson, machine learning lesson in the school curriculum. For example, it's necessary to train at least one person. Why it's difficult to introduce that in schools? Because there is no hope among teachers or school principals. So that's why it's a kind of barrier that comes from them. And if that barrier is broken, then it will start to be successful. So, and for example, in the school Olympiads, so if I tell kids to create an ML code, they will be able to do that, even if perhaps they are not showing very good results overall in learning. That their performance might generally not be very high, but yet they can do it. So why Kazakhstan could win? Because 100 kids were trained throughout a year. And there were a number of AI Olympiads. So originally there were 0 Olympiads, and then 3 or 4 Olympiads were held eventually, thus helping increase the number of kids who can do machine learning. And again, I thought that perhaps the NIS schools would participate, but eventually 900 kids participated, and it means that there is a great demand for AI. I did not expect such a huge attendance, and all of a sudden I became one of the organizers, and then we held the Olympiad in the NIS, then the Kazakh British University held Olympiad, and there was a lot of preparation work actually, and we saw that one Olympiad after another started to be organized, and kids who had not participated in any Olympiads before, they could win in China, and there were kids from rural areas as well. So there are two keys to success that the number of events should be held and there should be some drivers in the regions. So summing up what you have said, then we can say that the kids are ready, the motivation is there, but there should be very enthusiastic people and coaches. Yes, indeed, kids are ready, they want to participate, they want to learn. And you were quite right saying that when you participate in Olympiad, you want to win. And it is perceived that if a kid becomes a winner in the Olympiad, they can easily enter university afterwards. That is why the necessary environment should be created for kids to learn and to develop. Tamerlan, yes, the teachers who are listening to us, so why you have selected this path, Tamerlan? Perhaps this question is both for you and for Kuanish. Why did you decide to be a coach? Because when I was studying in the third grade, I started coaching. So I saw that there was big willingness from kids, and honestly, I liked coaching them, and I saw quite good achievements. Thus, I got interested in teaching, in coaching. What kind of advice can you give, for example, to a teacher in a rural area? If they approach you, what can you tell them? Well, first of all, they need to learn, to work hard, and nobody will approach them saying that, okay, this is something that you should do and that you shouldn't do. But usually what we miss is the kind of core, because it's possible to learn to do some machine learning through YouTube. You can even study in this way, even if it seems to be quite hard at the beginning. You can achieve success if you work hard, and you can see some magic in the AI field. And all of the people in your surroundings would be changing their views actually, and this would be the fruit from this sphere. I actually started with videos in YouTube because there are Stanford lectures provided for free. You just need to find them and to start your learning process. So sometimes there are expectations that some of the students may become coaches, and actually coaches should not be embarrassed that their students would be progressing, and so they shouldn't be embarrassed to get advice from somebody who is more experienced, because I also heard advice from Tamerlan, and so there is digital nomads. So how did you end up developing that. And the second question that is asked by many people is that so sometimes people believe that foreign countries should not produce influence, and actually we as an organization participate in foreign projects and so when we went abroad, we supported Kazakhstan and we were actively involved. So it's our organization, and we spend a lot of time for Kazakhstan, even if we work in other countries. And this also relates to AI. So if we arrange such Olympiads in Kazakhstan, so China, Russia may also participate, and so they went through ITPC and Olympiads, and they are quite skilled. So digital nomads. So Baghdad Musin was the initiator and founder, and so we actually met in New York and had negotiations, and so we do provide a lot of support. So a good education is required for different specialities, and so we prepare different materials and that may be spread. And I saw that a number of teachers, they were not good in programming, but so I see that there are such young people who can do that, but and they need to be supported. Yes, we help. We thank Digital Nomads. Thanks to that company. So we're thankful to the organizers. And so the founders are part of the federation. And are there any good impacts? So I would like to ask Mr. Parasat, because he used to participate so there are closed clubs, and so we were learning in the physical mathematical schools, and so previously, as you said, in the rural areas, so these ideas are spread with the help of the federation. Also, the offices are located in different cities, particularly in Aktau, in Semey, and they are helping with preparation and preparation of materials involves particular translation them into the Kazakh language, and so we also contributing to popularizing these ideas. And as the prize winner, I gave an interview, and Mr. Temirlan, how was your work, your engagement changing? Did the number of Olympiads increase? So we were supposed to prepare some estimates for big Olympiads, and we involved authors and developers, and we see as a very good result that the number of specialists in this field is increasing. And we said that some people say that so what is your opinion? So how important it is for both kids and parents? I know that a number of kids who reached good results, achieved good results, they were studying in like ordinary mainstream schools, but yet so in some cases it's necessary to start training from earlier grades, like from the 5th grade, and actually, as Koanish said, in YouTube you can search for good videos, and there are a number of materials that quite accessible, and actually don't need a lot of finance for that, because a number of videos are free, and that is why I cannot say that there is big social disbalance in terms of having access to materials. Because I used to think that Olympiads are for super smart people, and actually I won the bronze prize, and so then I worked even harder to become the champion and win the golden medal. So that is why so it's wrong to believe that some people do not have access. So if you are quite committed, and then it's possible to train Olympiad prize winners in any school. And so in some schools, students help arrange some training, preparation, and thanks to that, there are different drivers in different schools that may help them win prizes. So therefore, I don't think that these should be only elite schools, because we do know that elite schools exist, and they invited different kids, and the financial component does not have a very big impact, in fact. So I believe that prize winners are those kids who work really hard. That's what really matters, rather than just the financial component. So they do have this need, and they go and do it.
And we are trying to do that, but for different subject matters, the Olympics, And for one subject, it's about the talent. It is about the desire to pursue this subject, this discipline. And it is about, like opening this path for children and widening their horizons. Well, we are living in such a challenging age. We are discussing IT sitting right now, right here. But if we look at 10 years ago, it was all about oil and gas. Now it is about IT. We are changing, world is changing. This, I would say that it's about a human being. It is about and sometimes it's about access. Like for some children, it might be a challenge to buy a computer. There are a lot of having access to big companies, being able to work for them, and majority of the employees of such companies, they were participating in competitive programming, and that was a chance to have a breakthrough in their personal careers. Telegram, like with Pavel Durov being here, all the programmers, 95% of them, they were participated in IT Olympics, Moscow State University, and MFT developers, the finalists of the Olympics, not only of their champions actually. And therefore, yes, this competitive programming, it's about knowledge base, math, English, and not being lazy. With Harvard and Oxford, like it's available out there online on a free of charge basis, and what is stopping us? Well, I would also like to add here ChatGPT. If you ask a question, how can I learn something? It will develop a roadmap for you. And for the ChatGPT, Jakub Pochodzki is one of the chief engineers, and it was an Olympic champion. And in 5 or 10 years, these people will be opening their companies and about achieving great heights. If it's about community, during my time, there were some cheating, there were some scandals. But here it looks like it's a little bit less of toxic, because it's not done by human being. It's about if it's your score is less, then sorry about that. It's also about what kind of a community members you know. It is about networking. It's very important. It plays a huge role. And this competitive programming in this sector, you meet people, you make new connections, and after some time, it is about this network evolving and further growing, which is enabling you as a social elevator. And I believe that you can comment as well. What about your team members? What about your competitors? What are they doing right now? Where are they? Well, one of them is Yildan, for example. He was one of the team members who were learning together with us, getting trained together with us. Majority they are in programming. OneFit also, from OneFit, Temirlan Musayev. Eldan, help Timur. His memory is not that good. 1 feet, Hixeltrans, Oljaseldaev. He's one of the competitive programmers as well, and he was reading papers and he was coding them. That's how he experimented. We have Temirlan Musai from 1 feet, Askarak Shabaev, who knows a lot, Irzat Abzal also, and they were also actually within the team of competitive programming, and our Kazakhstani future, probably 1 feet is one of the brightest cases. There are a lot of foreigners as well. One of the participators of the competitive programming, one of the developers for Apple, also in the trainings, people who are developing their products. They are not unicorns yet, but still unicorn. Yes, Yerzat is the only unicorn among us, right? Yes. Kuanish, about your students or about your community, what can you add? Well, for my students, they are not at the top yet, but you know, like they are among high paws. What we are just referring it as a, you know, like as a role model, saying that if you are interested in bringing your kids, your students into the sector for the future, this is a great perspective. They will be not worse than others. They will be competitive, and for the future, they will be one of the building blocks, right, Parasat? Yes. And I don't have such founders among my people because I'm just 22 years old. But what about some legends? There are they are in different series. In Hong Kong universities, there are great PhD students. Some of them are in PhD. Yes, if you can actually say about that, what they are. My situation is quite special. I decided that IOI is my chance, but if I focus on academic studies, I won't be able to become IOI. So I decided where my priorities like. After IOI, it's ICPC, and then I decided to stay in Kazakhstan, and that's how I stayed in Kazakhstan. Well, I never even tried. It was winning or dying. What's your purpose? It's what World Finals, ICPC was your final goal. Yes, I already was studying at Kazakhstan University. If I don't go into the finals, I'm not gonna have a chance anymore. You wanted to limit yourself as much as possible, right? Going into the deep hole. Great. Anything to add? Well, for participation in the competition, it's not also only about becoming rich afterwards. And when I was at school, you know, like it's also about trying, it's about putting efforts, and it's about contribution, it's about improvement, you know, like then it is about I can recognize and I can actually say that person was in competitions because he or she is always striving to improve something. And this is a mentality, this is our nature. It's about your whole life journey, it is the thing who you are. Well, and the participation in the Olympics, it's like a sport. And it is also about competing with others, with your peers, about making your country popular and well recognized. And you go and compete with MIT, for example, and that is another thing. Yes, and that's actually Parasat, the last word. If you look at MIT students, just regular Chinese guys, and then you kind of think like, wow, that's not that bad. But then you can actually see that those are just regular people. Well, it's about it's a little bit easier than becoming a top-notch football player to become a top-notch programmer. Well, I had guys from Oxford and from Cambridge, but I am from regular Kazakh university, and that's how we became peers. They were not superhumans. After that, and sometimes I had stronger set of skills sometimes, as even though they were alumni of Stanford or MIT. And for me, it was an eye-opening experience. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. We have a big football teams, even though we don't have too much of them, but for the big techs, Meta, Google, Apple, and million worth of companies in competitive programming, we have a lot of guys like that. Please join our sector and prioritize competitive programming and coding.
Find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Here, people fall in love, find inspiration, begin new chapters. Here, you can find a place to belong, your community, and your first steps. We want there to be more places like this. That's why we build homes, schools, hospitals, bridges, parks, stadiums. We build environments where human potential can grow and flourish together. BI Group, your space for life, comfort, and growth. Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas. For first response or long-term deployment. To empower enterprises and SMEs. To manage welfare programs and